Chapter 16 of The Untempered Wind by Joanna Wood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Piteous my rhyme is, what while I muse of love and pain, of love misspent, of love in vain, of love that is not loved again. And is this all, then? As long as time is, love loveth. Time is but a span, the dalliance space of dying man. And is this all immortals can? The gain was small, then. Love loves forever, and finds a sort of joy in pain, and gives with naught to take again, and loves too well to end in vain. Is the gain small, then? Love laughs at never, outlives our life, exceeds the span appointed to mere mortal man. All which love is, and does, and can, is all in all, then. The talk that grew out of the fight at the schoolhouse, the scandal that succeeded the talk, the gossip that spread the scandal, occupied the attention of the whole village for weeks, and the darkest shade possible was cast upon Homer's share of the affair. Everyone felt it a species of self-justification to rail at Homer and excuse Disney, who had a devoted following among the young men of his own age and caliber. His manner was more fortunate than Homer's, though his intentions were far from being so generous. Certain mental preoccupations had kept Homer somewhat apart from the men of his own age in the district. First, his ambitious dreams of a course at the commercial college, which led him to try to keep up his studies during the long summers when he was kept out of school to work. Then came his absence in the city, when all his knowledge of the village filtered from the unready pen of his mother. Upon his return to the farm, his eyes were yet blinded by the glamour of her hair, so that he found it sweeter to lie upon the grass, with his hands beneath his head, gazing up at the skies and thinking of her, than to join in any of the young people's enjoyments. He saw her eyes in every star, her hair in every moonbeam, her form in every graceful cloud. He felt her breath in every zephyr. He heard her voice in the rippling of the leaves, her laugh in the babble of the brook or the lapping of the lake. Enchanted thus with his own imaginings, he made no effort to grasp the swiftly slipping cable of sympathy with his fellows. When his visions were dispelled and desecrated by her infidelity, well, he had made one or two futile snatches at the vanishing strand that had bound his heart and interests to those of his old school friends, but either it sped too fast from him, or he strove to grasp it too rudely, for he withdrew his hands from the task and found himself loath to make an effort in that direction again. This piteous outreaching for sympathy that is withdrawn sears the soul deeply, even as sliding ropes sear the hands. And yet we must not shrink from the lifeline that is to save us from the flames. We must endure the hurt to escape the greater peril. And it is better to live, even with torn and bleeding palms, than to shrivel in agonizing flames or suffocate in smothering smoke. Withdrawn from temptation, Homer did not go forth to seek it, for he was nauseated of all desire. Thus there was no danger of his soul consuming in the evil fire of his own passions. But how nearly he had succumbed to the miasmatic exhalation that rose from the slough of despond into which his faculties had sunk. Now, indeed, he was winning his way out. Men may rise on stepping stones of their dead selves to higher things. But it is a painful progress, for each stone must be won from the strong edifice erected by ourselves to bar our way, of which each block is a passion, a sin, or a folly, cemented together by selfishness and self-indulgence, based upon self-pity, garrisoned by prideful spirits that mock at our efforts, Driven from the ramparts, they throng about our feet to jostle us from our hard-won stepping-stones. The Sir Galahads of life are much to be admired, and yet shall we not crown those also who, having fallen, have again found firm footing, those strong souls, overcome once, that have struggled through all this and at last sprung to shore? Let us hope, at least, that they find those long-sought shores flowerful and pleasant. Alas, Homer Wilson looked but upon a barren prospect, waste and drear, disappointing as the alkali lakes that mock the wanderer dying of thirst in the desert. Therefore it was not much wonder that he grew sad-faced and silent. Had the woman he loved been happy, his life would not have been wholly desolate, for his love was of that unselfish type that desires rather the happiness of its beloved than its own gratification. But from Myron's desolate heart-fires there could come no joyful radiance. The only light her life diffused across his path was a pale glimmer of dying hope that illumined the sorrows of their separate ways. Myron was indeed relieved from the pressure of actual want, for Clem Humphreys and Anne Lemon were domiciled with her, but of comfort or peace of heart she had none. Neither Clem nor Anne had ever been compelled before to seek township aid, and, with the perversity of human nature, they agreed in associating Myron with their downfall, and persisted in regarding her as being in some way responsible for it. They both were devoted to stimulants, Clem's choice being whiskey, Anne's gin. When the monthly installments of money from the council arrived, they both, with one accord, set to work to wheedle some of it from Myron, with a view of gratifying their spirituous desires. In this, however, they were entirely balked. Beneath Myron's meekness and patience, an iron will was strengthening. Homer had said, "Don't give either of them any money. I'll give Clem tobacco when he needs it, but don't you begin giving them the money, or there'll be no stop to it." That was enough. No persuasion moved Myron after that, either to yielding or to anger. "She be a fair devil for obstinateness," said Clem upon one of these occasions. "Yes," agreed Anne venomously, "and who be she to lord it over the likes of us? We're decent, if we be poor." It was, however, only upon these occasions that Clem and Anne agreed at all. They quarrelled continually, taunting each other with a fondness for liquor, and each making mock of the hypocrisy the other displayed in going to church, much upon the principle of one negro calling another a black nigger. The remarks they indulged in were, to say the least, personal, and each displayed a fiendish aptitude for finding out the weak spots in the other's armor. Anne still cherished the shreds and patches of youthful vanities, mouldy remnants of adornment, with which she disfigured herself on high days and holidays. She had a little house in the village, and a lot with some plum trees upon it. In summer she made shift to live very comfortably, what with the plums and her chickens and odd days' work. Indeed, she might easily have saved sufficient to keep her during the winter, but Anne was not of those who go to the ant and, after due consideration of her ways, become wise. Her habit was, when she had a few dollars by her, to adorn herself with her best, go to town in the mail wagon, get as much gin as she could for the money, and then give herself over to the enjoyment of her purchase. Upon these days it was no small excitement for the Jamestown children to watch the going and returning of Mr. Warner and his mail wagon. Long before mail time, Anne might be seen arranging her finery. She wore a black merino skirt, draggled into a tattered fringe at the bottom, and stained here and there by the drops that fell more swiftly as Anne's hand grew less steady. By some chance she had once bought some bright blue ribbon from a peddler. She put 2 rows of this round her black skirt. Unfortunately, the ribbon proved too short for the 2 rows, so that in the second one there was a hiatus of some 12 inches between the ends of the ribbon. This, to some people, might have been a somewhat insurmountable difficulty, but not to Anne. Catching her skirt just at that point where the ribbon failed to connect, she raised it gracefully with one hand, displaying the edge of a red flannel petticoat and a goodly length of robust limb. It is not recorded that she was ever seen so drunk as to forget herself sufficiently to loose her hold of the skirt, although upon several occasions she was carried helpless into her house, laid upon her bed, and left, as the good Samaritans of Jamestown expressed it, to sober up and be ashamed of herself. Her bodice was only an ordinary calico one, but she covered its deficiencies by a black cashmere tippet of antiquated shape and ample size. It had a tassel between the shoulders, and certain lonely sparkles here and there showed that in the days of its youth and beauty it had been bebugled. At the neck of this she pinned a knot of faded magenta ribbon, fastening it with a shell pin. But the crowning glory of Anne's holiday toilet was her front. This front was the only bit of false hair in Jamestown, and was regarded as an unholy thing, a direct manifestation of the devil and his works. Mrs. Deans always declared that Mrs. Wilson had as good as owned up that she would like a similar front, and indeed Mrs. Wilson, good woman, had been moved almost to defiance of public opinion by the evil fascinations of that sinful scrap of tousled hair. As a matter of fact, Anne's front was somewhat the worse for wear. The parting was a parting indeed, and several curls being gone at one side, there was a bare spot where the black net foundation showed. But Anne's bleared eyes looked out right jauntily from beneath this lopsided coiffure. Perched upon her head was a bonnet. Originally covered with red silk, it had grown glossy and dark from much wear. Upon one side of it was stuck grotesquely a shapeless knot of black crape, limp, rusty, soiled by mud and weather, yet a symbol still of the loss of husband and child, and of a deeper loss than this, the loss of hope, the loss of self-respect, the loss of self-control, and the triumph of an evil appetite. For long ago Anne had had a husband and a bonny daughter, and she herself was a big buxom woman, fresh-coloured and wholesome. But her husband died, and the daughter was carried home dead to her one day, with the water that had drowned her dripping from her long hair, and leaving a dotted line upon the floor, as it ran from the hand that hung over the edge of the rude bier. Anne never picked up after that. Despite the admonitions of her Christian neighbours and their warnings against sinful repining, she yet dwelt ever upon her loss, seeking oblivion when she could in drink. Well, she was wrong, of course, but the heart knoweth its own bitterness, and in the empty niches of her heart there perhaps lurked the shadow of an excuse for her. In a certain old neckerchief, mottled with gay colours and bordered with purple, were tied a few tawdry relics, a string of black wooden beads, a knot of discoloured blue ribbon that had clung to a tress of the drowned girl's hair, a dark pipe with the tobacco still in it, a waistcoat barred with bright stripes of yellow, a heavy plated watch-guard. These were all that remained to Anne of the joy of life, and yet upon them fell as bitter tears as ever dimmed a diamond-set portrait or a pearl-clasped lock of hair. This woman, for whose coming husband and child had once watched, was now an amusing spectacle for Jamestown boys. As Mr. Warner drove along the street, Anne would go out and await his coming in all the dignity of conscious grandeur. She never started for town until she had enough to pay for her ride there and back, besides the money for her gin, for, as she often said, she wasn't much of a hand at walking. Before getting into the mail wagon, which was simply an ordinary two-seated light wagon with a flat canopy upheld at the corners by iron rods, she paid Mr. Warner 50 cents, which was the fare to town and back. Then she mounted to the back seat, where she sat enthroned, her feet upon the canvas mail-bag. She enjoyed the drive thoroughly, nodding with much affability to every one they met, irrespective of whether she knew them or not, and saying, "Poor critter, who be he, I wonder? He don't know me," when anyone failed to return her salute. At the door of the post office Anne got out, having paid no heed to the gingerly hints Mr. Warner had given her about getting out when they came to the town limits. "Wouldn't you like to stretch a bit, Mrs. Lemon, before we get into town?" he would say tentatively. "No, I ain't a mite stiffened up to-day," she would reply. "Because I'll stop and let you out if you'd rather," Mr. Warner continued. "Oh, I wouldn't put you to no trouble," Anne demurred politely. "It wouldn't be no trouble," he would feebly protest. But Anne only said, "I'm all right, Mr. Warner. No rheumatics in my knees, thank Providence and red flannels. I can sit, walk, or ride with the best of them yet." Then, animated by sudden concern for him, "But look here, if you're crippled up, just get out and walk alongside, and I'll drive. Do now, just reach the reins across here. I can drive us straight as a string." But this ordering of affairs was still less to his liking, so, resigning himself to the inevitable, and comforting himself with the thought of the 50 cents, he drove on to the post office. Here Anne alighted, and then began making inquiries as to the precise time of leaving, which side of the street he would be on, whether anyone else was going, besides many other details that suggested themselves to her as legitimate excuses for prolonging the conversation, during which she surveyed Warner haughtily. Finally she sailed off with a last imperative injunction to be punctual. When she returned, she was usually pretty far gone. She rolled in her walk, and fiery glances shot from her eyes. The tippet was usually screwed around, so that the tassel depended like an epaulette upon one shoulder, and the magenta ribbon did duty upon the other. Her bonnet had a trick that amounted to a habit of cocking itself hilariously over one ear, and the front usually pointed straight at the other. Mr. Warner took care always to be ready to leave when she came. He had a painful recollection of a day when he loitered about the post office longer than usual, and came out at length, mail-bag over his shoulders, to find Anne the centre of an admiring group that applauded her, whilst she gave a full, particular, and, be it whispered, true account of the Warner family history. In every little village there are certain stock stories that are told about certain families. If it be a scandal-mongering little hole, the stories usually have a tang to them. The stories about the Warner family were particularly spicy ones, the men being notoriously cruel to their horses and close-fisted in their dealings. Some of the women were not all they ought to be, and the whole family connection so penurious as to be but one remove from misers. Anne was giving a veritable epic illustrative of each of these family failings, and had just got to the point bearing upon their cruelty to their horses. "The bones of the horses the Warners killed stopped up the drains in Jamestown." Turning, she whipped up the bit of felt saddlecloth under the harness of the mail wagon horse, and showed the galled patch on its back. Then she drew attention to the raw places on the shoulders that Warner had smeared with black wagon grease to render them less noticeable. Warner was furious, and would right gladly have left her there, but he did not know how far her tongue had taken her, or how far it could go, and he felt it safer to insist upon her getting into the wagon. Then her mood changed. She insisted he was her best and only friend, embraced him from behind with one arm round his neck until she nearly strangled him, whilst she strove to give him a drink from her black bottle with the other, wept because she could not climb over into the front seat beside him, and finally subsided into maudlin tears of repentance and retrospect, mingled with pious ejaculations of thanks for the comfort she had that day received. Warned by this experience, Warner was always ready, waiting for her when she appeared, and had acquired some skill in persuading her to mount into the wagon immediately upon her arrival. Her untimely demonstrations of affection, however, were never to be guarded against, and his flesh crept upon his bones until he was clear of the town and out into the country. It was decidedly a trial to have Anne for a passenger, only there was one saving mercy about it. Afterward, Warner had 50 cents more. To the Warner mind, that meant a great deal. It was a popular saying in Jamestown that a Warner would take a kicking for a quarter any day. Without these occasional exhilarations, Anne grew morose and vindictive. She glowered at Mai as he played about the floor, gave Myron a myriad pin-pointed stings anent his existence, saying with pious unction that whatever little she had to be thankful for, she never should cease being grateful that she was decent, and relieved the tension upon her feelings by an active and aggressive warfare against Clem. Clem returned her complimentary attentions in kind, and exhausted his ingenuity in planning to torment Anne. There were several battles royal between the two that marked the history of their warfare, as great victories star a campaign. There was the evening when they all sat round the little table drawn up close to the fire, and Clem, nodding his head with drowsy satisfaction, took the first morsel of a plug of chewing tobacco Homer had given him. Clem half closed his eyes and gave himself up to its enjoyment. Myron rose softly to carry the sleeping baby to bed. Anne's eyes wandered malignantly from Clem's contented countenance to the plug of tobacco so near her hand, and from thence all round the room. She looked longingly at the fire, but shook her head. Discovery would be too prompt. Her eyes fell upon a tub of water, set close to the fire to prevent its freezing against the morrow. Her face lighted. An evil inspiration had come to her. Slowly, slowly, she put forth her hand. Clem's eyelids wavered. She withdrew it swiftly. There was a pause. Again her itching fingers approached the square of tobacco. Again were withdrawn before a flicker of those eyes. Another breath, then carefully, stealthily, she grabbed the tobacco, withdrew her hand, and bending far over, slid her prize into the tub of water. Then, to all appearance, sleep suddenly overpowered her. Her head began to nod, her eyes to close, she breathed heavily, and her relaxed hand fell limply by her side. Clem rose presently to build a new fire, and being extravagantly inclined because of his plenitude of tobacco, ejected his chew into the ashes, and after putting on the wood, returned to his seat and put out his hand for his tobacco. Myron entered at that moment from the bedroom. The fire crackled as it caught the new fuel. old Anne sat like a nodding mandarin, oblivious, outwardly, of everything. Clem's astonishment at its disappearance was great. Nevertheless, he did not grow wrathful until he had turned out his many pockets and bestrewn the table with their varied contents. He banged each article viciously upon the table, but Anne still slept. She was somewhat overdoing her role, and Clem's smouldering wrath flamed up into active indignation as she sat there calm amidst the storm. "Get up," he said. "Get up, you stovepipe, and let me see if it ain't under your chair. You know something about it, I'll swear you do. If 'twas a glass of gin, I'll warrant you'd scent it out. Get up, will you?" Saying this, he jerked her chair aside by the back, so that Anne, who was feigning all the languor of one suddenly aroused from deep sleep, slid off the chair to the floor. She improved the occasion, however, by knocking the chair over on Clem's corns as she rose. Clem gave a frightful oath, and Anne stood erect with a jeering laugh. Myron, anxious to preserve peace, joined Clem in his hunt, whilst Anne stood by. "Call me stovepipe, will you?" she asked. "Stovepipe indeed, and me the best figure of a woman in the village in my time. Stovepipe! With my waist, too? Stovepipe indeed!" An indignant snort rounded off her sentence. The little kitchen was so bare that any search was either easy or hopeless. Myron and Clem searched and searched, going over and over the same ground, as the wisest of us do when we look for something lost, for pleasure in old pain, for joy in bygone voices, for hope in withered joys. Anne waxed more and more derisive. "If 'twas a spoonful of whiskey, now," she began, plagiarizing and paraphrasing his own words to her, "if 'twas a spoonful of whiskey, now, I'll go bail you'd nose it out. You'd ha' run agin it long ago. You're better at getting whiskey than at getting clean jugs to put it in, though." Clem turned to glare at her, and stubbed his toes against the tub. He cast his eyes down with a curse, but his gaze was held by something which, even as he looked, sank to the bottom, thoroughly saturated. In a moment he had it out, his tobacco, bloated out of all semblance to its dark brown self. One glance was enough. With accurate aim he flung it with all his might at Anne's triumphant countenance. It struck her across the lips, parted for another jibe. She subsided, sputtering, and Clem, gathering up his belongings from the table with one sweep into his handkerchief, flung himself out of the room. Myron's life was passed in a continual jar and fret because of these quarrels. She strove to interpose herself as much as possible between them, for Anne's malice grew more and more venomous, and Clem's dislike threatened to break bounds and from speech become blows. Anne was persistent in her demands for something warming, and do what she could, Myron could not satisfy them. But their bitter words did not sting as her grandmother's had done. Love has a strong potency in pain and pleasure. There is poison upon the tongue of a friend when it turns against us. No dart pricks so deep as one launched by a hand we love. Gall and wormwood are mingled in the draught when the bitter cup is pressed to our lips by the hand that has tended us in childhood. No thorns are so sharp set to pierce our feet as those implanted in our path by one we love. Some years ago there was a marvelous tale told of a woman in the mountains of Africa, wondrous old and beautiful and exceeding wise. We are told that by the touch of her fingertip she blanched a snowy streak athwart a girl's dark locks. Later, with another malignant gesture, she reft the girl of life, so that she fell dead in an instant. Myron Holder's soul was being blanched by the pointing fingers of her world. Would they stop there? Or would the cruel allegory be completed? Would those merciless mockers not cease until, deprived of life and hope, Myron Holder faltered and fell to what they pictured her? For there was every chance she might. Her face had gained a pale and, inapplicable as the word seems, lofty beauty. Her eyes held within their depths the secret of all pain, and the storehouses of such knowledge are often more beautiful than those that garner gayer truths. Her lips, softened by the love of her child, were warm and red. His kisses kept them so amid the pallor of her face, like a little hearth in a waste of snow. So small and sweet the mouth was, so tremulous, so shrinking, it seemed the pallor of cheek and chin encroached upon it daily. It did not seem a mouth for speech. There was but space for sobs and kisses. And yet it had had kisses, and kisses leave strange savours sometimes, and it had parted in many a sob. Who then could tell if the pressure of those lips brought pain or pleasure? And what man but would dare all to know? Behind her lids lay love, too, gleaming through the veil of her sorrows, as the reflected sun shines from a well. At present it was all for her child. Later? Nowadays, when on every side they talk so much of the force of suggestion, it almost makes us wonder if our fellows' lives are not a reflex of our conception of them, if a consensus of opinion that a person is guilty does not tend to make him what we assume him to be. It would seem the Jamestown people did the best they could to aid the devil, whom they professed to sacrifice, when, with the pointed forks of malice, they thrust Myron Holder forward to his fires. Each time Homer Wilson came to sit in the cottage, his heart ached more and more for this woman. Against the background of Anne's slovenly form and Clem's squalid coarseness, she shone like a jewel in a rough clasp. Each time he departed, the wrench was greater, but he could not deny himself the pleasure of seeing her. As for her, his visits were the only alleviation of her life, his visits and my. For the child was beginning to talk now, and pattered after her every step. She had taught him a meaningless baby jingle. "Mamma's my," she said. "My's mamma," answered my, and when he got to know it well, he would chatter it out in swift alternation with her, until the simple words, expressive of the absolute inviolate bond that united them, pierced her soul with a sense of their isolation, and she caught him to her, as of old Hagar may have pressed Ishmael to her dishonored bosom. But out of Homer's visits fresh spite and scandal sprung. For old Anne, denied money for gin, grew bitter and revengeful, and took to going from kitchen to kitchen with the song of her sorrows. Finding her welcome and entertainment proportioned exactly to the amount of news she had to tell, she did her best, like a good laborer, to be worthy of her hire. Every incident of Myron's life was noted and enhanced by Anne's evil imaginings, was bruited from lip to lip. Myron knew this. In the old days, whatever bitterness had awaited her within the walls of the cottage, they had at least shielded her from the curious eye and whispering lip of the village. They did so no longer. Her last refuge was taken from her. She felt she lived in a veritable glass house, pierced by day and night by relentless eyes. The knowledge made her restless and ill at ease. Anne did her best, as has been said, to deserve the welcome she received at Mrs. Dean's, Mrs. White's, Mrs. Warner's, and the other houses she went to. She crawled up from her warm couch to listen at Myron's door at night, and crept back, shivering with cold, and angry that Myron did not justify the vileness of her suspicions. The long glories of the winter moon sent shafts of pale light to illumine both the sleepers and the listener. Within the chamber were the two shamed ones, the sinful mother, the child of sin, the two faces close together, both calm, for one heart was ignorant of the world and its cruelty, and the other, for a brief space, oblivious. Two hands were hidden, close clasped beneath the coverlet. Two lay palms up, so that the moonshine lit them palely. The one pink-palmed, unscarred, unstained; the other so worn, so hard, having lifted such heavy loads and borne such bitter burdens, having been stung by flowers that change to undying nettles, having so often shielded shamed eyes, having so often pressed against a breaking heart, having so often been raised in fruitless supplication, so often wrung in despair. Without the door, the listener, tremulous with eagerness, leant, holding her breath and longing for the confirmation of her evil thoughts. She caught only the cadence of the breathing of mother and child, a music sweet to the old gods long ago, they say, and sacred still to us, the incense of love's devotion and sacrifice of suffering. And is the offering less sacred because ascending from an altar differing in shape from the law's design? In what strange quality were these commingling breaths lacking, that they should rise in vain? Love bestows upon many things its own immortality. Why not upon the air that gives it life? The air that has been breathed by the mutual lips of love can never again commingle with the grosser ether of our earthly atmosphere. It ascends afar, and perchance shall form the winy atmosphere of that fabled land of compensation, where, we are told, the crooked shall be made straight. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Untempered Wind by Joanna Wood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. All the secret of the spring moved in the chambers of the blood. Lovely spring, a brief, sweet thing, is swift on the wing. Queen Eleanor. Some flowers, they say, if one pluck deep enough, bleed as you gather. Bouchard. That means love, I think. You gather it, and there's blood at root. Winter was softening to spring. It was the dismal transition period, when half-frozen mud and icy slush take the place of snow. The deep drifts of the winter were gone. Only in the fence corners there yet remained darkened icy ridges, showing their outline. The fields were bare, but the discolored snow still lay in patches on the roads where it had been beaten hard. The world never looks so desolate and disreputable as at this time, when the earth, looking up inquiringly to a comfortless sun, pleads, or so it would seem, for heat, that its nakedness may be clothed with verdure. Treetops in the woodlands clashed together, and the blows seemed to start the sap within them, for their buds began to swell, and all along their branches the satiny receptacles, wherein were coiled the first leaves, glistened. The sugar maples sparkled night and morning with tiny icicles, where the sweet sap that oozed out at noon froze in the colder breath of evening. Every schoolboy in Jamestown had swollen lips from eating these icicles. Dainty morsels they were, too, their flavor the very essence of sweetness. All the trees in the forest seemed to stand at attention, awaiting the command of the sun to leap to life. Only the low-growing witch hazel, that uncanny tree, associated with the black art from time immemorial, had taken upon itself to bedeck its limbs with fuzzy little yellow and brown tufts of bloom. But none of the other trees followed its example. They waited the heat of the sun. From all accounts, the root of the witch hazel seeks less celestial fires to draw its life from. At any rate, this overwise tree knows all subterranean secrets, all the wonders of the water, all the wind's weird whisperings. Passed along the surface of the earth, does it not divine where, far beneath, the hidden springs gush forth? Launched upon the water, does it not stop and tremble where the drowned one lies? Before the coming of the storm, do its leaves not dance and nod and rustle, though moved by no perceptible influence save the intoxication of their own evil sap? Besides, what magical mysteries, what eerie orgies does it not share with hairs from black cats' tails, and moss from gravestones, and teeth of dead people? Ugh! It is no wonder that its deep, deep roots know where to seek for warmth. The moss upon the rocks that faced the lake front was vividly green. Last year's dead leaves had rotted beneath the snows, and the empty seed vessels of the tall weeds served as bells for the jesting wind. Whatever suggestions of bygone beauty, whatever anticipations of unborn flowers lurked in the woods, the village at this time looked depressingly squalid. Relying upon the snow's charity in covering a multitude of sins, the untidy housekeepers had imposed upon it. Now they were shamed. The melting snow left exposed all the debris of the winter. Heaps of tea leaves cast forth by careless hands beside the doors, ashes flung out hastily, bones, broken crockery, and the heads of decapitated chickens bestrewed the streets. Outwardly, at least, Jamestown had been quite a decent village before the snow melted. Now it showed like a hypocrite from whom the robe has been torn away. With the first break in the winter weather, the men began to go over the fences, rebuilding those the snow had broken, replacing the rails and boards that the wind had torn off, and sinking new posts where the frosts had heaved the old ones out of the earth. Clem Humphreys had long been impatient to leave Myron's and get out of the reach of Anne's irritating tongue, and his eager search for work got the reward of being hired by Mr. White to bore post-holes. He stuck to his task until he earned a few dollars, then his long-saved thirst drove him to town. The money went for the old purpose, and Clem got gloriously drunk. A sudden, brief but biting spring frost setting in, he was found next morning in Mr. White's barnyard, lying by the straw stack, his fingers clasping rigidly an empty bottle, his long boots frozen to his feet. They carried him in beside the kitchen stove, cut off his boots, and by noon old Clem was as sprightly as ever, only he cursed sulphurously when he saw the wreck they had made of his footgear. This was particularly annoying to him, because he knew that had he only had sense enough, he could have got a good quart more of rye for them very boots they cut up as if they weren't worth a cent. Many men might have suffered from this experience, but alcohol has great preservative qualities, and old Clem's system was saturated with it. Clem being now off the township, and exposed to all the inclemencies of fortune's variable winds, it behooved him to supply himself with a new suit of religion, as the snake takes to himself a new skin. This he did. He spoke piously of his failings, his experiences, his backslidings and beliefs, so that Mrs. White held him in godly commiseration as one sore beset by the enemy. So Clem fed and fattened, whined diligently, and worked as little as he could help, and laughed in his sleeve at them all. Mrs. Deans said to Homer Wilson with sneering emphasis, "If you should see that Myron Holder, Homer, I wish you'd tell her I want to speak to her." "Very well," said Homer, unmoved. "Will you be likely to see her?" pursued Mrs. Deans. "Yes," said Homer, in a matter-of-course tone. "Oh, yes, of course I'll see her." "Still, after all," Mrs. Deans hesitated with a fine show of prayerful reflection, "maybe I hadn't ought to ask you to call there. There's no use making things worse than they are, and I'd never forgive myself if I thought I put you in the way of wrong-doing." "I don't understand," said Homer calmly. "Is there anything wrong about your message?" "Not about my message," answered Mrs. Deans. "But after all that's come and gone, I dare say you would not like to go to the Holder place. Well, I don't know as I blame you. It's terrible discouraging to be mixed up with such a story. But there, never mind. I can send Maily. No one would think anything of his going." "Make your mind easy, Mrs. Deans," said Homer contemptuously. "Anne Lemon, I am sure, has let you know that I am in the habit of going to Myron's as often as she'll let me. I'll be very glad of your message as an excuse to go again." With this Homer departed, leaving Mrs. Deans as nearly dumbstruck as it was possible for her to be. That afternoon Myron stood knocking at Mrs. Dean's kitchen door, holding by the hand, whilst he struggled to get away to the collie dog which lay on the porch, its front paws crossed in an attitude of dignified leisure. From the poultry yard came the mingled babble of the fowls' cries. A thin blue banner of smoke uncoiled in a long spiral from behind the house. It diffused an aroma of herbs and withered grass. The rakings of the garden were being burned. Gamaliel and the hired men were opening a ditch in the field next the house. Their coarse voices and coarser laughing came clearly through the spring air. A sparrow flew down and, laden with a long straw, flew up again to the woodshed eaves, where its mate proceeded to help it to weave the straw into the walls of their nest. The old cat, thinner now than in the winter, looked up at their toiling malignantly. Every now and then the eye was conscious of a dark speck above the line of direct vision, as the swallows soared in long sweeps over the building. The sky was bright, but not very warm, and when one of the many floating clouds interposed a veil betwixt its rays and the earth, there came a quick sense of chill. The men's voices grew higher and more confused. Then, clear above the murmur that they made, came shrill whistles and shouts of "Bob! Bob!" The collie sprang up, and, throwing dignity to the wind, wriggled between the boards of the garden fence and darted across the field, to enjoy presently a hilarious chase after a pair of water rats that the men had found in the stopped-up drain. It was a spring day, all delicate sunshine and shimmering shadow, all soft with tints of mother-of-pearl, with hints of after-heats and breaths of bygone bitterness. Above floated the wind-stirred robe of roseate grey, and beneath the earth lay murmurous, sentient, expectant, and eager, with little streams finding their way to the lake, each seeming the bearer of sweeter secrets than we know. O water, thou that wanderest whispering, thou keepest thy counsel to the last. What spell upon thy bosom should love cast, his message thence to ring? A spring day, yet somewhat sad and strange with the uncertainty of unfulfilled dreams. It was but one minor note in nature's glad interlude, between winter's rains and ruins, and summer's languorous perfections, fleeting to the eye, elusive to the memory, but lingering long in the heart. Myron knocked and waited. Presently Liz opened the door. She had a knife in one hand, a potato in the other, and her fingers were stained a deep brown. Liz was cutting seed potatoes, and even as she walked back to her place by the window, dexterously sliced the potatoes she held into angled bits, preserving in each an eye for growth to spring from. Mrs. Deans came, and when Myron left, she had arranged for another summer's toil under her benign influence. Mrs. Deans had decided to raise poultry more extensively than ever this year, and, berate Myron as she might, she recognized fully how valuable her faithful services were. Mrs. Deans proposed that Mai should be left with Anne Lemon during the day, but Myron said humbly but very decidedly that the child must come with her. Mrs. Deans demurred, but read Myron's pale determination aright, and finally consented. It gave her an excuse, however, for still further reducing the meagre pay she had given Myron the summer before. Myron had been prepared for this, and did not grumble when Mrs. Deans named the lower wage, whereat Mrs. Deans was wroth with herself that she had not said still less. Anne Lemon went back to her own house, and Myron once more went back and forth to the village. The winter had changed her. She no longer shrank from before the gaze of those cold eyes that met hers daily. Instead, she met their glances with firm lips and unmoved eye, not boldly, not appealingly, but with an acceptance of rebuke and scorn that was stronger in its endurance than wrath, with a patience more pathetic than any appeal. No smile ever moved her lips, no anger ever raised her voice. If tears ever dimmed her eyes, they were unseen. If any ray of hope yet flickered within her breast, it was well hidden. Its fires never flushed her cheeks nor troubled her eyes, and those humble eyes were deeper than the depth of waters stilled at even. The spring advanced. Each evening whispered of a new beauty, each night saw the birth of a new mystery, each morning revealed it in nature's mirror, each day bespoke some completion of beauty, some fulfilment of hope. Spring, all bloom and desire, is not the time for love to end. It is rather the growing time of every tender joy, and Homer Wilson found himself hoping against hope. He contrived to meet Myron very often now, in the early mornings or late twilight, as she traversed the road between the village and Mrs. Dean's. He had done what he could to dissuade her from going to Mrs. Dean's, but a refusal to do so meant a full acceptance of his aid. Myron held back her hand from such overwhelming alms. Homer had done, therefore, what he could for her, ploughed the little lot about her house, and planted it with potatoes and vegetables for her, and mended the fence, and piled great heaps of split wood in the woodshed. He pleaded with her sometimes, but to no avail, at least none that was perceptible to him. The water beating against a rock does not realize its own victories, but we see the honeycombed cells that attest its persistence, and predict that some day the water will have won a way for itself over the fragments of the rocky barrier. But the springs run dry sometimes, and the rock remains unconquered, but barren and parched, thirsting for the water that loved it once. To each successive plea, Myron found it harder and harder to say no. When Homer asked for her love, his face shone with that seraphic light that never yet has shone on land or sea, and she felt it very bitter to banish it. Sometimes he touched her to tears. Sometimes, dry-eyed, she begged him so piteously to desist that he felt himself a cur to have urged her. Indeed, in those calm spring weeks his heart was the abode of perpetual conflict, the place of passion and pain, the home of love and longing. O fretted heart, tossed to and fro, rest was nearer than thou wist. through all these turbulent times, Homer bore himself well. He had again the old genial manner, the old patience, the old generosity. His people presumed upon his unfaltering good temper, and made their demands more and more exacting. He gave all they sought of his time, trouble, and money, and to their reproaches replied not again. Upon every subject under the sun he heard them patiently, save the one subject next his heart. That he held sacred. His mother had said to him one day, "You'll never marry her, Homer." "God knows I'm afraid I won't," he said. "Do you mean to say—" began his mother. "There is nothing but this to say," he answered very quietly, but in a voice that silenced her. "I would give my right hand, my life, everything, if I could persuade Myron Holder to marry me." So he left her, but his mother's incredulous exclamation, "You'll never marry her," cankered in his heart like a bitter prophecy. Afterwards, when Mrs. Wilson thought over all the days and doings of her son, she thought of this also, and told the conversation to her neighbours, and they all then looked upon Myron Holder as one who, having gotten a man's soul, would not let him assoil himself by marrying her. But this was after. The old rag pedlar, going his rounds, stopped once more at Mrs. Dean's door. Little My trotted out from the kitchen, and the old pedlar eyed him with the longing gaze of a childless man. Mrs. Dean's bargained for her pie-plates, and My stood gazing reflectively at the big black horse. "Say, Mrs. Dean's," said the ragman, "whose young one is that?" "Oh," answered Mrs. Dean's feelingly, "that's Myron Holder's brat." "You don't say. Well, 'tain't much like the Holders. I knowed Jed," he added after a pause. That night the ragman drove home, his van heavily laden, and his wife helped him to bestow the canvas sacks in the barn, and later looked over his stock of tins and ran over the book. She was a queer little figure. Her dress was of dark woolen stuff that they gave her husband at the shoddy mills. It was curiously and lavishly adorned with buttons. There were rows of buttons on the sleeves from wrist to elbow, a veritable breastplate of them on the bodice. They jingled on her shoulders and glistened on her skirts. In a deep-down corner of her miserly little soul there lurked a taste for finery. Denied legitimate expression by her miserliness, it found vent in this barbaric adorning of her gowns. The pearl and crockery buttons she did not use; those she sewed on cards to resell. But all the fancy metal ones she found on the rags, being unsaleable, she appropriated toward the decoration of her penurious person, and let her fancy run riot in the arrangement of them. "Where's the little red tin mug?" she asked her husband, as she pored over his ragged day-book. "I don't see it in the van, and I don't see it marked in the sales." Her husband shifted uneasily. "I gave it to Myron Holder's young one. He was playing about the wagon at Dean's." "You did?" said his wife. "You did? What for?" "I knowed Jed," began her husband apologetically, but he was cut short by a contemptuous snub from his wife. This was the chronicling of a little incident that gladdened Myron's heart inexpressibly. In Myron's mind there was slowly forming an idea at this time, an idea of change. It was but dimly shadowed forth yet, but when the time came for it to take definite shape, it did so at once, and was so well established that it seemed the settled and legitimate conclusion of long reasoning. In the meantime, the thought only came to her hazily, sometimes in the pauses of her work, when she heard Mrs. Dean's speaking of the town; sometimes when, in the early morning, she saw, far away across the lake, the smoke of a steamer. Sometimes when, at noontide, the whistle of far-off trains smote through the air, or when, returning to the village at night, she noted the telegraph poles with their single wire, they seemed to incline from the village, away from its self-righteous roof-trees and censorious chimneys, away and above its babbling doorsteps and carping streets, and to point out into a wider, freer, unknown world. Often she turned to look along the way they pointed. They took her eyes eastward, and at night the eastern prospect is dull and grey. From this forbidding outlook she would turn her eyes with a shudder, and they would fall upon the trees of Dean's woodland, illumined by the sun which set behind them. But if the eastern grey made her despond, the western glow behind those trees made her despair. She withdrew her gaze and hastened to the blank twilight of the village. It was summer, and Homer Wilson, walking through his fields, was thinking of Myron Holder. He had gone early to town that morning, and as he passed the cottage she issued with little My from the door. The dew lay heavy on the grass, the silence was stirred by the singing of birds, the haze that lay over the land presaged a day of intense heat. The fires were being lighted in the village, and the first smoke was lingering lazily above the roofs. The hop vines about the cottage glistened at every point with drops of dew, and as the sparrows twittered through the tendrils, they sent sparkling little showers down. The morning glories that Myron had planted beneath the window were covered with their cup-like blooms. There is no flower on earth more beautiful in delicate fragility of texture, in purity of tint, in shape and translucent color, than a morning glory with the dew upon it. It was a morning to live and love in, and it seemed to Homer Wilson that the whole gracious aspect of the day was completed by the forms of Myron and her boy as they stood without the gate. His heart yearned for her as he helped her into the wagon by his side. At Mrs. Dean's he lifted her down, holding her for an instant in his arms. The keen possessive pang that thrilled him shook his spirit with its sacred sweetness. And tonight he was going to her with yet another prayer upon his lips. The sultry day had fulfilled the prophecy of the misty morning. The air was heavy with odors. Every weed and grass, every flower and vine, each bush and tree had given its quota of perfume to form the frankincense that nature offers to the midsummer moon. The exhalations from 1,000,000 tiny cells mingled together in that odorous oblation. And as he crossed the fields, Homer saw the moon, round and red, rising slowly over the lake. Slowly, slowly it rose, paling as it attained the higher heavens, until it soared, in voluptuous whiteness, Juno-like, a passionate splendor, most worthy to be worshipped. As Homer knocked at Myron's door, the moon veiled itself behind some close-wreathed clouds, so that from the dimness of the cloudy sky Homer passed within the doorway. The moon was still obscured when he emerged, so that his face was hid. But before him there stretched, at last seen with clear eyes, the definite dreariness of a solitary life. Behind him, he knew, a woman lay prone upon a bare floor, sobbing and wrestling with the evil of her own nature, with hard-wrought hands half outstretched to him, half withdrawn to cover her shamed eyes. Within his breast he bore the memory, not of rejection or of rebuke, but the echo of a plea for mercy, the broken syllables of a woman's voice raised in an appeal for help against her own weakness. Nor had it been made in vain. For Homer Wilson, in the moment of that supreme temptation, had risen superior to himself, had put aside his own strength to help her weakness, had overcome his passion with his love. He had uttered a passionate word or two of comprehension, offered an incoherent pledge of aid, comfort, approval, and then, stumbling out of the door, hastened away, disregarding, for her sake, the cry of "Homer, Homer," that seemed to follow him. Each of us has a wilderness and a temptation therein, although oft we pass through it, unrecking of the devils that attend us until they have stolen all they sought. Sometimes our wilderness is a perfumed garden through which insidious devils dog our laggard footsteps. Sometimes it is a shaded pleasance through which we tread with stately steps, unwitting of the derisive demons that smile as they mock our pageantry of pride. With retrospective agony we turn to gaze upon the mirages of these scenes, as one views sunlit seas where wrecks have been, and cry aloud, "Here much precious treasure was lost." But there are other wildernesses wherein we wander, consciously beset with evil spirits, whose faces we know. It was thus with Myron Holder. Her wilderness was indeed a land of sand and thorns, thorns whose acrid sap was sucked from salt pools of tears. And the spectre demon that beset her there was the devil of her own passion. By day it lingered round her steps, tempting her with suggestions of the Lethean draught its pleasures would bring, whispering to her how excusable she would be if she yielded to its allurements, for it did not fail to point out that she had no debt of kindness to repay with worthiness. All day she fought against this tempting one, who speedily enleagued all the other evils of her nature to aid him. The battle raged fiercely, the bright light in her eyes, the flaming cheeks and trembling hands attesting the strife. One night, when the heat of summer made even the night winds sultry, when all nature was in the full height of its development, when the fields were deep in grass and the clover heavy with bloom, on such a night the door of a hop-clad cottage in Jamestown opened softly, and closed as gently, and through the sleeping streets and out into the country a wild figure sped. She, for it was a woman, with flushed cheeks and loose coiled hair, advanced a short distance along the highway, and then, swiftly climbing the fence, made her way diagonally across the fields of dew-drenched grass, across one field, another, and another, holding her slanting course as steadily and unswervingly as though she followed a beaten track. As she ran, the spirit of the night and the intoxicating odor of flowers and grasses entered into her and steeped her senses in a delirium of freedom. She sprang on, now running, now half dancing, once going a rod or two in the old childish hippity-hop fashion. She reached the boundary of Dean's woodland, and plunged into its shadows with as little hesitation as she had entered the field of clover. She threaded the wood swiftly, her eyes fixed straight before her, never seeming to see the obstacles which opposed her path, although she avoided them unerringly. Bats, whose eyes have been pierced out, exercise this same blind avoidance of obstacles, and it was only this woman's heart that had been wounded. She held on her way. At length she saw a far-off gleam of water, and knew she had all but reached her destination. On she went, and pushing through the dense mass of witch-hazel bushes that grew along the top of the lake bank, jumped. It seemed a leap to destruction, for Dean's Woods bounded the lake here with high precipitous cliffs. But the path to that spot was marked by her heart blood, and she had made no error in following it. She had a drop of 4 feet or so, and then she stood upon a long, narrow, jutting ledge, surrounded by the tops of the trees that grew below it on the bank proper. From the top of the bank it was almost invisible, entirely so unless the looker penetrated the witch hazel hedge. From the lake it was plainly seen. Here then she paused, looking forth over the water, and being scorned by the moon, for so it is with past delights, she taunts men's brains and makes them mad. She stood upon the rocky point, and held out her clasped hands despairingly. Her hair, loosened by many a tugging branch, fell about her in wild disorder, now blown across her flushed cheeks, wild eyes, and parted lips, now wrenched back by the high wind, its whole weight streaming behind her, now framing her face in dusky convolutions. In the mute agony of her gesture, she seemed a fit emblem of despairing grief, the grief of Psyche for Adonis. The moon broke from the embrace of its clouds and sailed high up into the night, then faded towards the horizon. And still she stood, outwearing her passion by her patience. About her surged all the weird melodies that loneliness and night and despair smite from the heartstrings. The blood sang in her ears, a monotonous obligato to those piercing notes. She looked out into the night. Her eyes demanded from it some balm to soothe their burning, her heart some solace for its pain. Her soul cried out against the silence without, which seemed such a maddening environment to the fightings within. Her whole being demanded an answering emotion from someone or something. Shake out carols, solitary here the night's carols, carols of lonesome love, death's carols, carols under that lagging yellow waning moon. Oh, under the moon where she drops almost down into the sea. Oh, reckless, despairing carols. But the moon was mute, the night silent, and she was alone. She could not analyze her own emotions, nor vivisect her own soul, could not separate shreds of desire, fibers of loneliness, tissues of misery, until she had disintegrated the whole mass of despair that was crushing her. She could but suffer. She lay prone upon the ledge of rock, her hands clutching the short, glossy mountain grass, resisting the wooing of the airy space below that called her to oblivion, purchased by one leap outward, one single step out into the kindly air. How small a price at which to buy immunity from those thorny roads she trod with bleeding feet, alone. Alone? Ah, little my! The leaves were stirring with the morning's breath. The birds had not begun to sing yet, but were moving restlessly upon the branches and uttering their first waking calls, those ineffably sad heraldings of earliest dawn or latest night. Ah, sad and strange as in dark summer dawns, the earliest pipe of half-awakened birds. The world lay silent under a reflectionless moonstone dome of grey, when Myron Holder, with dew-drenched skirts and hair, relaxed limbs and pallid cheeks, entered the house where her child yet slept. Of the night's turmoil there was no trace, save the signs of physical exhaustion. Her face was calm, her lips firm, her eyes shone undimmed with tears, unblurred by passion. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Untempered Wind by Joanna Wood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Yea, then were all things laid within the scale, pleasure and lust, love and desire of fame, kindness and hope and folly, all the tale told in a moment, as across him came that sudden flash, bright as the lightning flame, showing the wanderer on the waste how he has gone astray mid dark and misery. Outwardly, the lives of Myron Holder and Homer Wilson gave no sign of these conflicts. It is the petty worries and everyday griefs of life that trace lines upon the brow. A fretful discontent often leaves a wrinkle when a great grief obscures itself behind the placidity of despair. Myron Holder's face now shone in unaltered, and it seemed unalterable, calm. That wild night had not been spent in vain. Self-poised, if humble, her life seemed centred calmly at last. As for Homer Wilson, it was different with him. His heart was still parched with the thirst that thirsteth on, but he no longer sought for draughts to slake it. His attitude approximated that of those who, dying of some dreadful disease, accept their fate, and, looking the inevitable in the face, long for the end. One day he found in his pocket the old bullet he had picked up from the crevice in the rock. He turned it over, wondering where he got it. Then, remembering, a bitter thought crossed his mind that he was like that bullet. His life impetus gone, he was but a thing for the sun to scorn. Myron, no longer trembling for herself, felt a deep tenderness spring within her heart for Homer, and sought to show him in every way that he was her only friend, and that she trusted him. Myron had almost made up her mind to leave Jamestown, and a little incident that occurred one day strengthened this thought to a resolution. The schoolhouse was quite near the Holder cottage. The playground bordered one side of the cottage garden. A fence of slackly hung wires was between them. Beyond the fence, in the playground, was a little ditch with heaped-up sides, on which grew many yellow buttercups. This was a favorite haunt for the younger school children, and their voices came in mingled cadences across Myron's rows of vegetables. One day in later summer, Myron was at home from Mrs. Dean's, having by that lady's desire brought the weekly washing from the farm to do it in the cottage. The windows were flung high, and through the rising steam from her wash-tubs, Myron's eyes followed My's golden head as he trotted about the garden. Looking up once, she saw him standing by the fence, holding to one swaying wire and peering through at the children in the playground. A momentary pang shot through her heart. He seemed so isolated there, and yet the barrier that separated him from the other Jamestown children was so slight, just a slack wire fence that anyone could see through, that hung irregularly between its supports, now so low that it could be stepped over, again so high it seemed impassable, only where it was so lofty the spaces between the wires were wide enough to creep through. The sunlight shone on both sides the same. The buttercups straggled through to the vegetables, seeming by their persistence to wish to bloom there, and the singing of the catbird in the elm tree was as sweet to My's ears as to Sammy Warner's upon the other side. Nature made no difference. Nevertheless, there was a barrier. My was effectually severed from the rest of the village, but he himself had not recognized that yet, and the next time Myron looked up, she saw My had gone through the fence and had seated himself beside the others. They had taken their places in an irregular row among the buttercups, jostling and nudging each other, saying, "Gimme elbow room," and "Quit pushin'," as they settled themselves comfortably to the business of the moment. This was the time-honored trial to decide which of them liked butter, ascertained by holding a spray of buttercups against the throat, so that the reflection was cast upon the up-tilted chin. The taste for butter is proportionate to the yellowness of the reflection. Little Jenny Muir was judge and the rest jury, craning their necks forward to look as she passed from one to the other, holding a bunch of buttercups against their chests whilst they tilted their chins far back. The dull blues, washed-out reds, and russet browns of the children's frocks enhanced the brilliant yellow of the flowers. The shadows of the big pear-tree, glossy of leaf but barren of fruit, modulated the sunshine, so that the whole group showed in a soft, subdued glow, an idyll of child life, not unlovely, for the heads in the row were not yet bent to the dust to search for money, nor lifted to heaven in self-righteous conceit. Time had not dulled the childish gold to brown, nor deadened the flaxen heads to lustreless drab. Mai placed himself at the end of the row, his head a golden period at the end of the human sentence that spoke of life's beginnings. With unembarrassed childish mimicry, he emulated the gestures and laughter of the others. Myron's heart lightened. She wondered for a moment if Mai might not, in time, merge his life with those others and be no longer solitary. The hope soon vanished. Looking out again, she saw Mai sitting alone, his head tilted far back as he waited for his turn. Just disappearing down the slight decline to the schoolhouse, she saw the other children, their hands held over their mouths, their faces red with suppressed laughter, stepping with elaborate pretense of quiet, and turning now and then to look over their shoulders at Mai, sitting alone, his face patiently uptilted to the sun, unconscious of his loneliness. Beside him lay the bunch of buttercups, flung down as Jenny Muir clapped her hands over her mouth and fled across the soft sward. In a moment Myron was out of the house, running down the path to the fence side. Ere she reached it, Mai's tired little neck relaxed, and he looked about him wonderingly, the light fading from his face. His eyes were filled with tears, and his lips quivered when his mother called him. There was a hasty scramble over the ditch, a struggle through the fence, and Mai was back on his mother's side of the barrier. That straggling fence was, after all, not so easily crossed. Mai had forgotten the whole affair 10 minutes after, as he excitedly chased grasshoppers along the paths. But all day long the laughter of the playing children smote Myron's heart like the crack of a whip that stings. After that day it became a matter of conscience for Myron to play the buttercup game with Mai, and a feverish eagerness fairly consumed her to get away from a place where even the children were cruel. She began to scrimp and save every penny she could, hoarding her meagre gatherings in the bottom of the old clock case that stood on the shelf beside the window. It was late autumn. Between the tree-tops were skyey lakes of blue, more brilliant than any blue of summer sky, more evanescent than any of spring. The sun shone through the tree-tops with an ineffable, clear, cold light, displaying every fibre in their leaves and imparting to them a fragility wholly sad. A light, uncertain wind rippled through the sumacs, giving their leaves a delicate lateral movement, as though upon some aerial lyre they harped their own requiem, touching its invisible strings lightly with blood-tipped fingers, for the autumn colouring stained the green. Between the boughs of the trees glistened those huge octagonal webs that the wood spiders spin so persistently at this season. There was no sound of birds, only the cheerless shrilling of the autumnal crickets and the dry rustle of dead leaves as the few grasshoppers left alive hopped torpidly from place to place till they came to the spot to die. The katydids that 6 weeks before had prophesied so cheerily the frost that was to kill them lay here and there, little pale green corpses wrapped in their lace-like wings. The tall weeds by the pathway, that in summer had disguised themselves with blossoms of different colours and shapes, now stood confessed, with panicles of burrs crowning their dishonoured heads. It was upon such a day that Homer walked through his woods, searching for a young hickory tree suitable to be cut down for axe handles. His heart, caught in the embrace of the surrounding silence, suddenly stilled its throbbing to a steadier rhythm than it had known of late. He thought out clearly the motive that must actuate his life, the inspiration that must point his path. Passion was indeed eliminated from his heart, but not forgotten. They tell us that when an arm or leg is amputated, one still feels shadowy aches and ghostly pangs, intensifying the desolate sense of incompleteness and loss. The maiming of one part of the body may preserve the whole alive, but yet one looks back with anguished regret to the days when he stood complete. Homer Wilson was learning that each must dree his ain weird, and the only complaint he made against his fate was that he could not alter Myron's. Night fell soon and swiftly now. The sun seemed glad to sink out of sight. Its feeble rays brought no heat to the leaves it had called to life. The sad silence of the trees seemed a mute reproach against the light that brought forth but could not sustain their foliage. That evening, in the chill twilight, Homer overtook Myron and her boy returning from Mrs. Dean's. Slackening his pace, he walked with them to the village. The air was very quiet, silent as a nun breathless with adoration. As they passed along the road, there came an earthy breath from the fresh-turned soil in the fields where they had been lifting the potatoes and the turnips. It had none of the fresh fruitiness of spring. Instead, it was redolent with sad suggestions, an atmosphere in which one involuntarily lowered the voice and stilled a laugh. They passed the little graveyard where the virgin bower clematis, already denuded of leaves, garlanded the pickets with brittle, bare, brown branches, softened here and there by the downy whorls of seed. Myron was telling Homer of her wish to leave Jamestown, and asking his advice. He had long felt this to be one possible solution of the position, but there were points that troubled him sorely. It was obvious that the best that could happen to Myron would be the return of the man for whom she had suffered so much. Homer confessed to himself that he had no hope that he would return, but yet had grown very uncertain and humble about his own judgment, and he thought Myron still believed in her betrayer's return. If he should return and Myron be gone, would that not afford him a somewhat tenable excuse for continued infidelity? Suppose he should return and inquire for Myron Holder in the village? Homer sickened to think of the distorted picture that would then be drawn of her patient life. As has been said, Homer had not a shadow of hope that he would return, but he thought Myron had. Sharpened as Homer's perceptions were by pain and love, they were not yet keen enough to grasp clearly how slight a shred of hope remained of all her brave fabric of belief. He could not understand how much of Myron's faithfulness was due to her own womanhood, how little now to any hope of reparation. He therefore hesitated when, laying everything before him, she asked him to decide. As they neared the village, they walked yet more slowly. They had much to say, and since that midsummer night Homer had never entered the cottage door. There seemed to issue from its portals forever a voice calling, "Homer, Homer," a voice whose infinite longings and needs shook his soul with a sense of his own impotency. Little My wearied, and Homer raised him in his arms. So they made their way to the cottage, they two alone, for the child slept, and a strange loneliness lay over the quiet road and empty street. Myron took My within doors, and, coming out, she and Homer paced, side by side, up and down the little centre path. On either side were vegetables and withering grass, and down in the far corner the huge yellow globes of the pumpkins showed solidly through the dusk. Indeed, Myron dear, it would be easier for you if you went, he said as they stood together in the shadow of the elm tree. And later on I might have a happier time. For my part, I would have spoken of it long since, only, he paused and added in lower tones, I knew the hope you lived in. She bent toward him and said very quietly but steadily, I have no vestige of that hope left, Homer. He looked down at her, an eagerness that strove against repression in his eyes. No, she continued, Mai and I must hold our way alone. Tell me then, Homer, do you think it would be ever so little easier if we went away from here? Her eyes held his pleadingly and filled with tears. It was one of the rare times when she felt self-pity. Yes, dear, he said, taking her hands that fluttered nervously. Yes, we will make it easier. We will find a way for you to leave all this behind. You shall go and lose yourself, so that their prying eyes shall never find you, their itching ears never hear of you, their lying lips have nothing to tell of you. Only, Myron, you will never try to hide from me, will you? Oh, Homer, she cried, I would be lost indeed then. Oh, no, I could not bear to have you forget me. His face lighted in the dusk with a happiness that had long been a stranger, a chastened light, perhaps, when compared with the radiance evoked by his first love, but a steadier flame, lit in the heart, not in the eyes alone. Well, I will think it all out, Myron. Tomorrow will surely find me with a way planned for you. I wish indeed that I too could go with you, that I also could find a road out of Jamestown. He said good night and turned to go. He was almost at the gate when she ran after him. Wait a moment, Homer, she called softly. Wait. He turned quickly. You know how I think of you? She asked. You know you are my only friend, my dear friend, my brother. You know this? Do you think that going away from Jamestown will make up for not seeing you? I am afraid. I think, Homer, I will stay. Homer gave a little laugh, so sweet these words were to him. My dear, you shall go away, and yet shall see me, too, sometimes. I could not stand it to be without a sight of Mai and you, now and then. She clasped her hands. Oh, could I see you sometimes? Then think hard tonight, Homer, and find out the way tomorrow. There was another good night, and they parted. The next day, Myron, having been sent to the village by Mrs. Deans, went to the grocery store to buy some things for herself, for it was Saturday, and she did not go to Mrs. Deans on Sunday. Whilst she stood waiting until Mrs. Wilson was served, Mai ran in and out of the door, a little tottering figure, clad in a queerly made blue and white checked pinafore. Mrs. Wilson did her shopping leisurely, discoursing upon the pros and cons of asthma the while, for which she strongly recommended the smoking of cigars made of mullein leaves. She turned from the counter at length, and passing Myron Holder with uplifted chin, made her way to the door. It was encumbered with an open barrel of salt mackerel, by which stood little Mai, balancing slowly back and forth on his uncertain feet, the sun glinting on his yellow head. Mrs. Wilson pushed the little form roughly aside, and went out. Mai swayed and fell, striking his head on the step. Hot anger flushed Myron's cheeks at the incident. She picked up the boy, soothed him with a word or two, and gave him a biscuit from the bag the groceryman was weighing for her. Mai trotted off to the door, and presently crossed the threshold into the street. Myron Holder was just opening the shiny old purse to pay for her small purchase, when a confused sound of shouting and exclamations came to her. Through the hum of voices sounded the thud-thud of flying hoof-beats. Her eyes sought Mai, He was not there. She and the grocery man reached the door in an instant. The street seemed thronged with people. Mrs. Wilson had just emerged from Mrs. Warner's and stood with her at the door. Homer Wilson was about to untie his team that stood before the harness shop just opposite the grocery store. At the same moment that Myron emerged from the store, Homer turned his eyes to the street. He saw and understood what Myron's anguished eyes had perceived at the first glance. In the middle of the sandy street, the biscuit in one hand, the corner of his pinafore in the other, his head shining in the sun which bedazzled his eyes, stood little My. Thundering down the street, almost upon the child already, came Disney's great black horse, its huge head outstretched, its nostrils distended, two glowing scarlet pits, its lips drawn back, exposing the gleaming teeth flecked with blood-stained foam, flinging its 4 feet out so madly that the glitter of its shoes could be seen from the front. Shreds of its harness clung to it and lashed it to greater fury. Without a second's hesitation, Myron Holder rushed to her child, to death, as she doubted not. But another form sprang forward also. Homer Wilson darted diagonally across the street until he was directly in the pathway of the horse, but a yard or two beyond My. He had not time to steady himself before the brute was upon him. He grasped at the distended nostrils of the horse, caught them, but in a sliding grip. The horse reared upright. There came 2 sounds of hoofs, striking not on the resonant roadway, but with the horrible echoless blow that falls upon flesh. And then the horse swept on. But only one of his shoes was shining now. The rest were dim with blood and dust. Myron snatched her child out of the way as the horse passed by a hand's breadth, and in a moment she was kneeling by Homer's side. He was dying, but a flicker of life bespoke the want that could only go out with life. She raised his head from the dust and kissed him on the mouth. He opened his eyes. They met hers, and an ineffable and unearthly radiance overspread his face. That was all. He had found his way out of Jamestown. Myron's was still to seek. He was quite dead when the others reached him. His chest was battered in, and the caulk of one hind shoe had pierced through the thick brown hair and brought death. He has outsoared the shadow of our night, envy and calumny and hate and pain, and that unrest which men miscall delight can touch him not and torture not again. From the contagion of the world's slow stain he is secure, and now can never mourn a heart grown cold, a head grown grey in vain. Myron knelt by him, calling his name and imploring him to answer her. Rough hands pushed her aside. She fell, half-dazed. When she came to herself, My was crying by her, and a slow throng was moving towards Homer's wagon, where it stood before the harness shop. Myron rose and ran after them, but was met by a frightful figure of rage. The mother of the dead man, who had witnessed his death, rushed at her, shrieking out names of which murderous was the least hard, and would have struck her, but someone caught the upraised arm and bade Myron, with a curse, begone. Affrighted and bewildered, she caught up My and fled to the cottage. Homer Wilson was carried in due time to the little graveyard. There followed a great train of slowly moving vehicles, for the Wilson family connection was a large one, and his tragic death drew people to come through morbid curiosity. Mr. Prue preached and prayed at length, and the throng lingered long about the grave. Away behind the stone wall that flanked the far side of the graveyard, 2 figures stood hidden, watching the funeral rites from afar. Myron had been refused admittance to the Wilson home when she had gone to plead for one look at Homer's face. She had been forbidden to enter the graveyard. But they could not prevent her bringing Mai through the desolate fields to watch with baby eyes the burial of the man who had saved his life. There were many black-clad figures that day in the graveyard, many wet eyes, many lamenting lips, but the real mourners stood afar off, as we are told they did one day long ago when a cross with a living burden was upreared upon a hill. Mrs. Wilson wept that Homer had been took unprepared. But who can tell what penitence or prayer purged his soul when, between the hoof-beats, he looked death in the eyes? Who can say there was not time for both plea and pardon in those seconds? If indeed there be one to whom prayers go, from whom pardons come, if there be one to whom 1,000 years are but as yesterday when it is past, and as a watch in the night. Well, all these things are for us to strive with, and few there be that bring back any trophy of truth from that warfare, yet still we peer beyond with craving face. As for Homer Wilson, peace, peace. He doth not sleep. He hath awakened from the dream of life. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Untempered Wind by Joanna Wood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. The road to death is life. The gate of life is death. We who wake shall sleep. We shall wax who wane. Let us not vex our souls for stoppage of a breath, the fall of a river that turneth not again. All things are vain that wax and wane, for which we waste our breath. Love only doth not wane and is not vain. Love only outlives death. The winter set in, a dreary, desolate winter of wind and rain, mud and slush. The snow never lay upon the ground for 2 days together, and the air, unpurified by frosts, hung heavy and dank over the land. A black new year makes a green graveyard, says the old proverb, and the wisdom of these old saws was demonstrated yet again that year in Jamestown, for there was much sickness. There was hardly a family that had not lost a member, scarcely a house in which there was no illness. "There's a terrible lot of sickness," said Mrs. Deans to Mrs. Wilson one day at the church door. "Yes, a terrible sight of it," agreed Mrs. Wilson. "The old folks is dropping fast, but what's an ordinary sickness to what I've bore with?" "That's so," said Mrs. Deans, "but a living sorrow's worse than a dead one, they say, and it's terrible when one's own flesh and blood goes wrong." "Yes," replied Mrs. Wilson, "but it's terrible discouraging when they're cut down in the midst, and no one can say, 'What doest thou?'" Mrs. Wilson's tone implied that there might be some consolation if she were permitted to talk back at the Lord. Mrs. Deans noticed this, and said, warningly, "Don't murmur. Whatever you do, don't murmur. We can't tell what a day may bring forth. Look at me, what I have to put up with. Henry all crippled up and not able to earn salt for his bread. No, don't murmur, whatever you do." "I ain't a murmuring," said Mrs. Wilson, somewhat aggrieved. "I'm sure it ain't Homer. It's his soul I'm thinking on. Might as well be took off in a fiery chariot as killed the way he was." "Oh, it's discouraging, I'm bound to say it is," condescended Mrs. Deans. "Enough to take the ambition out of one altogether. I suppose you haven't heard about old Mr. Carroll, have you?" "Why, no," said Mrs. Wilson, abruptly suspending the task of sniffling into her handkerchief under pretence of weeping. "Why, no. You don't tell me he's sick?" "Yes, it seems he was taken last night with spasms, and they say he might have died and no one been the wiser, but one of that Dedham tribe he was always feeding up came over to beg something, and there he laid on the floor." "Well, for the land's sake!" ejaculated Mrs. Wilson. "Yes, I'm going over after dinner. I sent Myron Holder over to do what's needed this morning. They say the only words the old man spoke since he was took was to tell them to send to town for a doctor." Here Mrs. Wilson and Mrs. Deans parted, each joining different groups and spreading the news of Mr. Carroll's seizure. The women resolved to go and see the ins and outs of his house for themselves. Sickness is such an admirable excuse for impertinent curiosity to gratify itself. The men speculated as to what would become of his property. There had been a story, at the time he bought the property, some hint of family trouble, some whisper that he had money back of him, a hazy tale that he had come to hide from some sorrow that pursued him. But all conjecture was so vague that, instead of giving birth to any definite idea, it died away, only to be aroused when the village wondered at some act of generosity upon his part. Old Carroll lived among them quietly, paying his taxes, going his own way, and expressing himself freely upon every subject but his own affairs. A week after his seizure he died, and a lawyer's clerk came from town and took possession of the house and charge of the funeral, in very different fashion from what his neighbours expected, for the body was taken away and sent to the great city, which in their eyes typified Babylon with all its sin and splendour. The lawyer's clerk spoke with much deference of the dead man, and signified that the name of Carroll was high in the land, whereat the villagers bethought themselves that they had entertained an angel unawares, and were inclined to accuse the dead man of doing them. Mrs. Deans boasted much of the intimacy of her husband with the old soldier, and speedily forgot the latter's impious sneers at foreign missions. The farm was advertised for sale, and Disney bought the land he had so long worked on shares. Disney and his family moved into the empty house. Conjecture and interest gradually died away. In the great city, a woman with brittle dyed hair and simpering lips and powdered throat laughed as, turning over a trunk full of odds and ends packed by the lawyer's clerk, she came upon a miniature set in pearls, laughed and looked at the picture long. But the laugh died as she noted the freshness of the pictured face. Crossing the room, she set the miniature against her own cheek and leaned close to a mirror, comparing the two. And presently she cast the painting from her and fled from the mirror with widened eyes. "I am old, old," she said. "He is dead, and I am old. It is this room which is too light. It is glaring, horrible." And she drew even closer the shades of silk, through which the light shone with a soft roseate glow. Then she searched for and found the picture where it had fallen on a soft rug, and again went to the mirror. But if the dimmer light softened the lines in her face, it gave the pictured face another charm, the soft illusion of mystery and youth. The woman gazed at the dual reflection long, until her breath blurred the mirror, so that all was blotted out save the brightness of the gold frame and a pair of wild, questioning eyes. A sharp sob parted her lips, and the mirror was empty. Not long after, this woman was found dead. By her side was an empty bottle, such as they sell poison in, and in her hand was a painting of a beautiful woman framed in gold. Those who found her said the picture resembled her a little. But this was far away from Jamestown, where Myron lived and suffered. That winter was a very busy one for her. Tender of touch, strong of arm, brave of heart, she was an ideal nurse. It is said a great grief has, before now, made a poet out of what was only a man. Myron's sorrows had changed her from a commonplace woman to a creature of most subtle sympathies. The pleading of pained eyes was eloquent to her, and the curves of dumb lips told her the tale of their sufferings. The touch of her hand brought rest, the pressure of her palms peace, whilst the infinite sympathy from a heart that had itself been smitten eased those pangs which, keener than any physical anguish, rend those that are near death. But Myron herself reaped no blessing of peace from these duties. What a strange fantasy it is to dream, as many do, that the occupation of nursing is one which heals a hurt heart and reconciles yearning hands to their emptiness. What dreary days did Myron not know? What solemn, silent nights, when, alone, she sat at misery's banquet and supped with sorrow, with shame, regret, and betrayed trust, to hand the dish. We live in deeds, not years, in thoughts, not breaths, in feelings, not in figures on a dial. We should count time by heart-throbs. So someone says, and reckoning by this higher notation, how many centuries of weariness had not Myron lived? The spring months came, scarce changed in sky from those of winter, only the gathering heat of the sun sent up sorrow from the ground. Malaria, influenza, and typhoid overspread the country. The whole neighborhood was gloomy. The rain fell day after day. The plough horses splashed through mud, and the furrows filled with water behind the plough. Myron had been working at a cousin's of Mrs. Warner's, whose baby was sick unto death. The child died, and its mother, in the first rebellion of grief, had said to Myron, "'Tain't just. I can't think it is, nor right neither, for my baby to be taken when there's so many left alive that ain't any use. There's old Humphreys, and paralytic Henry Deans, and drunken Ann Lemon. What's the good of them to anybody? It's a shame." Myron soothed her as well as she could, but she burst forth again. "Fancy, my child dead! If it had been that young one of yours, now, there would have been some sense in it, a young one without even a name. That would have been a good riddance. But mine!" For once Myron's very soul was shaken with rage. She turned where she stood, and looked the other woman in the face. "Oh," she cried, "you wicked, wicked woman!" The words carried all the accusation of outraged motherhood in their tones. The woman shrank back, and Myron, taking her boy, set off to the village. It began to rain before they were halfway. Myron's thoughts turned to Homer. She never forgot him for long at a time. It falls to the lot of few to be so sincerely sorrowed for. She and Mai were both wet through when they reached the cottage, and Myron was very weary with the boy's weight. She lit the fire, and Mai played about in the kitchen. He was of a peculiarly sunny and equable disposition, one of those happy souls which are the salt of the earth, and without whom the world would smell like what it is, a tomb. Myron was glad when the time came for bed, for she was utterly weary. The old clock on the wall was pointing to 1 o'clock, when Myron suddenly started up, wide awake. The mother instinct, keener than her other faculties, had awakened her, not the boy. For the strange, low, gurgling sound he made would scarce have aroused the lightest sleeper, and Myron had been sunk in the deep sleep of exhaustion. In a moment she had the lamp alight. The boy lay, his blue eyes wide open, his round cheeks scarlet with the fatal flush of fever, his lips swollen and parted in gasping respirations, his body almost rigid with the efforts he made for breath. One glance showed her this. The next instant she was undoing the little night-dress and shirt. With tremulous haste she placed some goose-grease in a little tin, and strove to melt it by holding it over the lamp. The light was weak and wavering. She removed the chimney and thrust the cup into the flame. Her fingers scorched till the skin cracked. She did not know it. She applied the melted oil and flew to wet his parched lips. The horrible, croupy cough cut her to the heart as it issued from Mai's swollen throat. She used every remedy her homely skill suggested, some of them efficacious enough often, but little Mai was dying. His blue eyes were filming, his baby lips twitching. The little hands that had of late grasped her fingers so firmly as to suggest protection made wavering, feeble movements toward her face and bosom, or clutched with waning strength at his own tortured throat. She knelt beside the bed. She hardly dared touch the little form before her, lest the mother in her, which had grown fierce in her dread, should cause her to clasp it too close. She lifted her voice in prayer, and cried aloud in frightful accents of despair, entreaty, expostulation, nay, even of threatening. No prayer more eloquent of human agony ever beat against deaf skies, yet it was but the repetition of one word. Mai. An hour crept by. The flush had deepened on Mai's cheeks. His eyes were glazed. Once again, in surpassing pain, Myron Holder called aloud her child's name. There came no heavenly answer, but the true little heart, beating so faintly, responded once more to the beloved voice. Little Mai's eyes cleared a space, and his fingers closed round his mother's. "Mai's mamma." He uttered the alliterative little babble in strange shackled tones. The woman, his mother, felt a stricture at her throat. She strove in vain to force it down as she answered, "Mamma's Mai." A strange change passed over the little grey face, like a gleam of sunlight on a wintry day. Hardly that, like the watery nimbus of the sun through a cloud. It was little Mai's last smile. "Mamma's Mai," the woman whispered, and, true to his love-taught lesson, Mai strove to give the answer, Mai's mamma. The first word was articulate, the last but half-shaped, ere the stiffening lips were drawn in the convulsion which ended time for little Mai. Over him the eclipsing curse of birth had lost its power. At daybreak next morning, a messenger knocked long at the door of the Holder cottage. He had been sent in haste to summon Myron back to the house she had left in such anger the day before. Finding he could get no response, he lifted the latch and entered the kitchen. It was empty. There was a strong odor of kerosene oil, and absolute silence reigned. The man crossed the kitchen to an open door, and looking in, saw the bedroom. Upon a little table stood a lamp which had evidently burned itself out. The chimney was off, and a great sooty blotch against the wall showed how the wick had smoked. In a chair by the bed sat Myron Holder, her eyes fixed straight before her, her pose rigid, her face pale as that of the dead child she held upon her knees. "What is it, Myron?" he gasped. "He's dead," said Myron in the hoarse tones of one whose throat muscles are constrained and swollen. The man turned and made for Mrs. Warner's. The cottage soon filled. Myron neither stirred nor spoke. They took the child and prepared it for burial. They told her to eat, and she swallowed the bread and tea they placed before her. All her faculties were benumbed, absorbed in an effort to realize her loss. The little plain coffin was in the kitchen, surrounded by a group of people that filled the room, those who considered it part of a Christian's bounden duty to attend funerals. Mr. Prue, sent for by Mrs. Deans, had just finished his address. Myron, with bare head and hands clasped on her knees, was seated by the coffin, gazing down at the face there, when there was a sudden stir at the door, and Mrs. Wilson pushed herself through the throng. "Wait," she said authoritatively to Mr. Muir, who was advancing to screw down the coffin lid. "Wait." Then she turned to Myron Holder. "Listen to me, Myron Holder," she said. "Is that child my grandson?" "No," said Myron, rising to her feet and giving a helpless look around at the curious faces about her. "What?" said Mrs. Wilson. "What, you'll lie in the very face of your dead child? Lay your hand on that coffin, Myron Holder, and then tell me if that ain't Homer's son." Myron sank by the coffin and flung her arms athwart it. "He is not!" she cried. Then her long calm gave way, and she began to sob and cry. "He belongs to none of you. He is mine, my own baby, my own child. My. Mrs. Wilson left the house. Mr. Muir put aside the clinging arms and prepared the coffin for burial. Someone led Myron to a wagon, and she got in. Mr. Muir was not free from fears when they stopped at the pauper's corner of the graveyard. Myron looked around, half dazed, when she alighted, and, advancing, touched Mr. Muir's arm. "Why here?" she asked, pointing to the open grave. "Why not by father?" "Your grandmother sold the other half of the lot," said Mr. Muir hastily. Mrs. Deans watched the little scene with much inward satisfaction. Myron made no further sign, uttered no other word. The coffin was lowered into the grave. Mr. Prue put up a prayer in which petitions for the child of sin and the sinful mother were about equally balanced. The throng departed, each to his own place. Old Humphreys filled up the grave, and Myron was left alone. The next day she went to Mr. Muir's and inquired how much she owed him. He told her, and to his surprise she paid him at once. Then she set out for town, along dreary country roads, betwixt desolate fields, until she came to the outskirts of the straggling town, through these until she was absorbed in the hurrying throng that crowded the narrow streets. It was very late when she returned to Jamestown, and as she passed the Dean's place she encountered Gamaliel, just returning from some expedition with his bosom friend. "Hello, Myron. Where have you been?" he asked. "I've been to town," said Myron, still in those strange hard tones, and passed on. There was much speculation as to her errand, which was set at rest when, a few days later, a wagon entered the little graveyard, and the men who came with it proceeded to put up a tiny white tablet at the head of a new-made grave. On it there was carved only one word, and that a short one: "My." A word which in its brevity and meaning was not unsuitable as an inscription over that grave. Myron had spent the last penny of her painful savings in marking the spot where her child lay. "Let grief be her own mistress still. She loveth her own anguish deep more than much pleasure. Let her will be done, to weep or not to weep." So says the humanist of our poets, but such luxurious grieving is for those who fare delicately and live in kings' courts. Myron Holder had her bread to earn. Her feet were tied to the treadmill of toil. So she fared forth on her journey as best she might. And then, and for long after, Jamestown women told how Myron Holder perjured herself with her hand on her dead child's coffin. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Untempered Wind by Joanna Wood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. When some beloved voice that was to you both sound and sweetness faileth suddenly, and silence against which you dare not cry aches round you like a strong disease and new, what hope, What help, what music will undo that silence to your sense? I'll tell you, hopeless grief is passionless. It was the season of the half-yearly revival meetings in Jamestown. The little Methodist church filled rapidly. There was a soupçon of pleasurable excitement about a revival, which was very enticing to the youth of Jamestown. Besides, all the steady young men were expected to go, and they always did what was expected of them. Mrs. Deans came in with the minister. Her face, with its self-important expression, irradiated with the glow of spiritual as well as worldly well-being. She had proffered her bid for the company of the officiating ministers in good season, and the first of them had been knocked down to her in consequence, much to the chagrin of the Mesdames White, Wilson, Disney, and the rest, for they knew that the second minister on the list was an old personal friend of Mrs. Dean's, and would doubtless elect to stay at her house. Thus they would have no opportunity to display their pious zeal and four-handed housekeeping. Mrs. Dean's self-complacency was veiled, but not obscured, by an anxious air, as who would say, "I am not free of responsibility if all does not go off well." It is a weakness of such women to consider themselves divinely appointed judges of the souls of their neighbors and friends. The minister with her was pretty well hidden among the cluster of men and women to whom Mrs. Deans was introducing him. She introduced him with discrimination, however. She did not propose giving anyone the chance of prefixing a remark with, "The other night when I was speaking to Mr. Hardman," or "Mr. Hardman said to me the other day," unless she felt quite sure the recipient of the honor was worthy of it. But, to her consternation, Mr. Hardman broke bounds, passed the confines of the little group of important church members, and went out from one to another of the men and women, picking out, with the unerring divination of a man whose heart is in sympathy with the sorrows rather than the joys of mankind, the oldest, most forlorn, most miserable-looking of his prospective hearers. To see the minister thus throwing away the apostolic benediction of his smile upon Old Ann Lemon and Clem Humphreys, whilst Mrs. White stood with uplifted nose in the doorway, unnoticed, was an unholy thing, more particularly as Mrs. White, willing to have her discomfiture shared by some one else, turned to Mrs. Deans with a surprised air, and said, "Why, I thought the minister was with you." "So he is," Mrs. Deans was fain to avow. "We came a few minutes ago. He is great on missions, I think, and young." The latter half of her sentence was given in the tone of a hostess who excuses a guest. For the rest, it is probable that both ladies regarded his present occupation as distinctly a missionary effort. Presently the minister straightened himself and proceeded up the aisle to the platform. Mrs. Dean's expression changed from an anxious, proprietary one to one of spiritualized commiseration. Was the misguided man actually going to begin service without asking one word about the ordinary routine of services in Jamestown Methodist Church? If so, he would make a fine hash of it. Besides, she had not informed him that a collection was to be taken up to defray the cost of extra lighting, etc., and she had promised Mr. White at class meeting to do so. She had thought of telling Mr. Hardman, but preferred waiting until the minister sought for information before imparting it. His opportunity for that was now past, unless indeed he descended from the platform to do so. A pleasing thrill, inspired by this idea, turned to a chill as she saw Mr. Hardman take from his pocket a well-thumbed and shabby little Testament, and, opening it, seemed to find a place. Then he laid it down, open, upon the big church Bible, and rose to pray. Mrs. Dean's expression of anxiety was now unalleviated by any spiritual exaltation. It was unvariegated gloom. Any man who could disregard the gilt edges, thick covers, and ornate binding of that book, and leave it closed, whilst he read from what her experienced eye told her was a Bible Society Testament that probably cost 10 cents, was certainly in need of anxious watching. Nor was it to be supposed that a discourse begun upon lines like these would be productive of much good. How many sermons she had heard rounded off by the banging of those covers together! How many final injunctions had been given a dramatic and artistic interest by the holding of that book half open, ready to put a period to the peroration by a sanctified thud. Well, Mrs. Deans sighed audibly. Mr. Hardman began to read in a deep and sympathetic voice. He was a tall man of 28, muscularly built but not brawny. His studies had been too close to admit of that. He had square shoulders, rather higher than they should be, and rounded with the stoop that the scholar and the ploughman share. His hands, as he raised them in infrequent gestures, were seen to be rather broad and short, hands, it would seem, of a mechanic, but not toil-stained. Indeed, their whiteness so ill agreed with their shape that a sense of something incongruous forced itself upon one when looking at them. His hair was almost black, and was tossed and disarranged by his habit of running his fingers through it. His face was pale. His brow was square and overhanging, of the penthouse order, rather forbidding, the brow inherited from a generation of toilers, men who, from their own bleak corner of the world, looked forth at the panorama of life with sombre eyes, entrenching themselves behind a barrier of silent endurance, concealing their weakness, their wants, their hopes and fears, their few joys and pitiful ambitions, behind an impenetrable mask, until it would seem that their lineaments adjusted themselves to their mental attitudes, and this, their son, presented to the world this square brow, strong, secret, sad. But its sternness, and alas, a great deal of its strength, was negatived by the eyes which looked out from beneath it. Very dark grey these eyes were, and made eloquent by the expression of infinite love and sympathy for his kind. But their dilating pupils evidenced an emotional nature, and they were somewhat too soft for a man. Yet, looking in steady kindness at the world, they often seemed fit eyes for a strong, calm soul. But Philip Hardman felt himself neither calm nor strong. As he looked upon the expectant faces of those before him, the doubt which was gnawing at the heartstrings of belief suddenly seemed to grip his own heart and brain and threaten each. He had no message to give these people. What were they there for? Was it not all a myth and a delusion? Was it? Then he broke the spell which held him, and his words rushed forth. His congregation stirred and swayed and yielded, not to persuasion, for of that there was none, not to the minister's personality, for they had forgotten him, not in the hope of reward, for he spoke but of wrath and pitiless requital of sin, and merciless judgment and endless woe. They yielded to their own fears. For this man was lashing his own soul with the copyrighted invective of his sect, pronouncing against himself, and, as in the midst of his mental agony he realized, against all mankind, a doom of woe and wrath if they did not believe. He strove to terrify his own soul into the submission it denied, and strove to awaken in the people before him a reflex of the emotion he fain would feel. They responded to his words, but not to his feeling. They wept and abased themselves because of the fear, not because they feared unbelief. Cold drops trickled down Mrs. Dean's face and bedabbled her second-best bonnet strings. Mrs. Wilson grew almost hysterical. Anne Lemon wondered vaguely if she had the horrors, and held on to the pew with both hands, whilst she looked about her with bewildered, lacklustre eyes. Clem Humphreys sat outwardly unmoved, but inwardly vowing if he once got out of this he'd never be wheedled into a revival meeting again. The younger men thought revival meetings no slouch, as Gamaliel Deans expressed it, and comparing the excitement with that of a cockfight he had attended sub rosa in the old brewery, he decided in favour of the revival. The minister's voice failed and faltered. Like all magnetic natures, his exhausted itself. He paused, looked at the men and women before him, and, realizing the shallowness of their facile emotions, felt the pall of self-disgust envelop his soul. A horrible contempt for himself and them, even for the religion that had inspired this mental debauch, overwhelmed him. He shuddered as he realized the impiousness of his own thought, left the platform, went swiftly down the aisle and out into the darkness. Mr. White closed the meeting and prayed enthusiastically for the young brother who had so awakened them, and ended amid a chorus of ejaculations. Mrs. Deans, finding herself so agreeably disappointed, went home content. She wished tomorrow night were come. What crises of emotion might not be expected then? She found Mr. Hardman pacing the veranda slowly, his brow bare to the stars. His frame was relaxed and weary, his eyes tired. He refused any refreshment, and long into the night Mrs. Deans heard him pacing back and forth. Another night had come, and Philip Hardman was again to stand before an assembly of his fellows and voice the truths they held eternal. Mrs. Deans had no doubts now as to his competency. She anticipated an exciting struggle with spiritual foes, and, the better to gird herself for the fray, went early, leaving Mr. Hardman to follow. She felt this implied a delicate compliment to the preacher, recognizing in it a simulacrum of John the Baptist's mission in the wilderness. So Philip Hardman was left to walk the mile from the Dean's farmhouse to the village alone. It was evening, late evening in summer. The air was filled with that indefinite, receptive murmur the earth gives forth as it opens its pores to the dew. Without wind, there was yet a sense of motion in the atmosphere, at once calming and exhilarating. It brought a keen sense of the fact that the world is rushing through space, with its puny burden of men and their works. The sun had set, but the western sky was radiant with an amber afterglow, against which the tree-tops in Mr. Dean's woodland showed a mass of dark, billowy green, the light behind them intensifying the depth of their colour, so that they showed sombrely against the sky. Before him stretched the dusty road, the grass at either side parched by the heat. Now and then a maple overshadowed him. Now and then he startled nested birds from out the low-growing trees of the wild plum. He walked swiftly, the grasshoppers and little whirring insects and dragonflies flitting about his path. At a turn in the road, where Mr. Dean's land joined Mr. White's, was wedged in the little cemetery of Jamestown. It was fenced with sharp-pointed palings over which the native virgin bower clematis clung in feathery festoons, just blossoming out in fragile greenish-white flowers. Within he saw the untidy graves and inebriated gravestones of a country churchyard. Those slanting stones, and graves almost obliterated by masses of periwinkle and white-leaved balm and ribbon grass, appealed to him strongly. He looked at his watch. He had started in fair time, but, lost in thought, had walked very quickly. He had time to linger a few minutes here. Perhaps amid the graves of Jamestown's dead he might learn the open sesame to the hearts of the living. He entered through a gap in the palings, pushing his way through a little thicket of thorny locust bushes that had sprung up in a scattered cluster. The graves were nearly all marked by gravestones. In Jamestown it was considered a mark of respectability to erect a memorial to one's dead, but, this done, all care for their graves ceased. Philip Hardman walked about, noting the weather-beaten greyness of the older stones and reading their inscriptions almost mechanically. One broad, thin slab, with a weeping willow sculptured upon it, bore a legend in memory of Amelia Warner, beloved wife of Josiah Warner, aged 16 years. Poor little wife! In the 50 years of her rest, her grave had sunken almost level with the path. The lichen on the stone was striving to obliterate her name there, even as it had been long ago forgotten upon earth. A wild hawthorn bush was springing from under one corner of her tombstone and tilting it over perilously. Some of the more recent graves had odd little jingles of original rhyme carven upon their stones. One, of but a year before, bore the brief prayer, too human for its glistening coldness, "Meet me in heaven." Hardman read the name on this grave with a little start. Jenny Best, wife of William Best. Yesterday Mrs. Deans had pointed out William Best and his new-made bride. How futile and absurd the little legend seemed. But Jenny Best slept as securely and as sweetly as though her husband still cherished in his inmost heart these last words of hers, and walked as though he hoped to realize them, instead of writing them upon her tombstone and marrying within a year of her death. There were graves of old and young in this little churchyard, men and women, boys and girls, infants of days and men of many years. Beneath one stone slept 7 friends who perished in the yacht foam off the coast. A narrow space, truly, for 7 to occupy, set in this out-of-the-way village. 7 such as these, who had hoped to fill great places in the world, before their lives were laughed out by the little ripples of the lake. The shadows lengthened. Gleaming through the dusk, Hardman noticed a white stone with gilt lettering. Homer Wilson was the name it bore, but it meant nothing to the preacher, only he sighed as he noted the age of the man sleeping there, and a half-envious thought crossed him as he looked around, that these had completed their journey. Philip Hardman turned his steps to the road again, but he paused yet once more. Close under the shadow of the high stone wall which bounded the graveyard on the village side, he almost stumbled over a woman's figure, which in the deepening gloom he had not observed. She was almost prone beside a little mound whereon the sods had not yet taken root. The woman's arms were outstretched toward the grave, almost embraced it. Her whole attitude spoke eloquently of a hopeless and passive despair. Hardman stopped a moment, irresolutely. She had not observed him. "You are in great trouble," he said, bending down and touching her shoulder. "Yes," she answered, raising her head without a start. "Yes." Her voice was painfully constrained. The words seemed to issue with difficulty, and the tones were harsh. Speech seemed strangely dissonant with the hour and place. Her mute despair seemed the only fitting emotion for the scene. Her eyes, from out a pallid face, looked up at him, filmed by misery. Her cheeks were hollowed in delicate shadows. Her pale lips drooped. She seemed the mourning spirit of the place. "Come and pray," he said, looking at her with infinite pity in his kind eyes. "Come," he urged. He waited for her reply, but none came. She was sitting by the grave now, her hands locked round her knees, her eyes looking hungrily into vacancy, and seeing neither hope nor recompense for her pain. A bat held its angled flight past them. He roused himself to a sense of time. He looked down upon the woman at his feet. An expression of ineffable compassion lit his face. Then he turned to go. As his eyes left that pallid face, the scene seemed to darken suddenly. He realized the lateness of the hour, and, finding his way out of the graveyard, strode rapidly to the church. After all, he was in time, indeed had a few minutes to spare. He did not, however, again shock Mrs. Deans by a promiscuous friendliness. He went straight to the platform and sat down behind the reading desk. His thoughts reverted to the woman whom he had just seen, and he felt he ought to have made a more eloquent appeal to her to come to church. Mental habit led him to decide at once that prayer was the only efficacious cure for grief such as hers. It was thus with this man always. In calm moments, when all went well with him, he strove to elucidate those problems of reason and right which presented themselves to him in season and out of season, strove to live a life of austere truth without factitious aid of self-delusion, without hope of ultimate reward. But in times of distress or pain, whether his own or others, he turned again to his old beliefs, and prayer appealed to him as the only panacea. Orthodox folk plead this as a triumphant and sure vindication of the truth of their creeds. It may be, in some cases, but in Philip Hardman's it was only the result of inherent weakness of will and vacillating decision, and, alas, a cowardly shrinking from mental torture. Face to face with grief such as this woman's, he could not bear to look the inevitability of such bereavements in the face, could not endure to think of the irreparable loss of a vanished life, could not calmly recognize one single instance of what he was ever mourning over, the sadness and futility of life. He must hallow each blow as a merciful dispensation, muffle it from prying eyes with the tabooed veil of sacred predestination, set it beyond close scrutiny by asserting to himself the impiety of questioning divine will. And at such times the beauty of his solacing faith lit in his soul fresh fervor for the cause. For a few moments Philip Hardman sat motionless. The hands of the clock reached the hour for service to begin. His audience settled themselves in the pews and stilled themselves to attention. Mrs. Deans ostentatiously ceased her whispered remarks to Mrs. Wilson, straightened herself in her seat, looked about with a critical and judicial eye, and then, convinced that all was well, hemmed several times expectantly. Philip Hardman rose, and, in brief words, asked for divine guidance through the service. He ceased. The bowed heads were raised. He was about to begin the reading of the Scriptures when, silently, slowly, Myron Holder entered the open door, and, advancing only to the nearest seat, which happened to be in the farthest back pew, sat down. So quiet were her movements that, save by a few of the young men who had taken the rear seats the better to observe the antics of the elect, she was unobserved. Philip Hardman, however, had seen her. He changed his intention of reading, and announced a hymn instead. He wanted a few minutes to familiarize himself with that tragic face before attempting to utter any message of love or hope to the woman who had thus obeyed his suggestion. While the singing went on, He looked at his audience, and in a flash their narrow, sordid, often miserable lives seemed revealed to him. These were the people he had lashed with spiritual fears the night before. As he recalled it, his heart smote him with terrible reproach. His eyes grew dim as he looked at the people before him, and saw, shining through their midst, the pallid face of Myron Holder. By what strange chance had this woman come to Jamestown? For he decided at once she was no native of the village. The purely cut martyr face, the broad brow, sensitive lips, and cameo-like nostrils were too utterly unlike the other faces in the church to be for one moment associated with them. There came to him a fantastic thought that this woman was sent to bear the griefs of this village, even as one long since the carpenter's son had borne the griefs of the world and become a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. But, alas, this woman had no divine message to give. Instead, she was wandering in the wilderness of hopeless despair. But, and Hardman's hand tightened on his testament, a message she should have. Other refuge have I none, hangs my helpless soul on thee. Leave, oh leave me not alone, oh protect and comfort me. So they sang. Philip Hardman found his place. All my hopes on thee are stayed, all my wants to thee I bring. Cover my defenseless head with the shadow of thy wing. Wrapped in an infinite sorrow for his kind, inspired by the need of this woman, of help, exalted by the dependence and confidence expressed in the hymned words, seeing in all his audience but one pallid face, Philip Hardman rose to speak. This choosing of a subject upon the spur of the moment to meet the needs of one woman was no disadvantage to him, for he was a fluent and ready speaker, and his whole training had been that spontaneity was absolutely essential. He had none of the measured method that develops a subject into 3 heads and an application. The evangelistic sect to which he belonged abjures notes and hops along to the halting cadence of a quasi-inspiration. Happily, however, it has now and then a man like Philip Hardman whose words flow freely forth, and never so eloquently as when heart and sympathies are touched. Hardman was never at a loss for words of his own to translate his feelings into language, but this night his sermon was but the enunciation of a sweet and comforting doctrine uttered in the language of the book which has preserved it. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest, he said, and held out as a free gift the inestimable boon of peace. I will not leave you comfortless, uttered in his vibrant tones, bore the assurance of divinest aid. Let not your heart be troubled, he voiced as a sacred command to cease from grief, and then the general invitation, let whosoever will drink of the water of life freely. With these words as a thesis, a human heart to be comforted, a soul alight with belief and confidence, a rare natural eloquence to frame his plea, was there any wonder that the sermon was effective, any wonder that to the weary heart of the listening woman it appealed almost irresistibly? Perhaps Philip Hardman dwelt too exclusively upon the blessings of his religion, ignored too utterly the thorn in the crown, offered it too freely, avowed it too confidently, but what will you? Even the greatest purists in religious faith find it hard to disabuse their minds of the idea that martyrdom means and merits the kingdom, and Philip Hardman's theology was not of the sternest sort. He felt, somehow, that this woman had suffered enough to win heaven, whether she merited it in other respects or not. So he set himself to present his faith to her in the most glowing aspect, always seconding his message with his eyes. Just as Philip Hardman saw but one face in his audience, so Myron Holder was, after the first few moments, unconscious of any other presence save his. Her eyes had won a straight path to his face, between the heads and shoulders, and her gaze never faltered. There was a tall white-shaded lamp on each side of the desk. As she looked, his figure, in strong relief against the light blue background of the walls, seemed to absorb and radiate the light. It was simply an ordinary optical effect, and Myron Holder herself recognized vaguely that it was only the light, and yet that pale irradiation around his head seemed to add a dignity and sanctity to the man, and lend his utterance a deeper, higher import. Her eyes never left his face, that kind, weak face, so full of contradictions, whose beetling brow seemed ready to do battle for his faith, whose lips quivered with the feeling in his own voice. Her eyes were hot and dilated from the long strain when, with hands upraised above the standing people, he uttered the benediction. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you. Not as the world giveth, give I unto you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. Amen. Philip Hardman descended from the platform and strove to make his way toward Myron, but he was hemmed in by outstretched hands, and had to make his way slowly through a throng, all eager to say good-bye, for he left on the morrow. Myron was just stepping out of the shelter of the porch when he overtook her. He held out his hand, which she took, her own toil-hardened one trembling in the clasp of his softer fingers. He looked down at her and spoke with great gentleness. "Did you take the message I gave you tonight?" "Is it for me?" she asked. "Surely," he answered. "You do not know me. You cannot tell. If you knew—" "Whosoever will," he replied with steady emphasis, and in his heart he marveled at the humbleness of this woman, whose candid brow and clear eyes bespoke her life. Then the man mingling with the priest in him, he continued still more gently. "The message is even to the greatest sinner. To see you is to know you have the right of one of the least." She put up two hands, clasped in miserable deprecation. Her cheeks flamed red an instant, then paled to a ghastly white. She turned silently and swiftly went down 2 steps of the broad entrance stair. Then, pausing and looking back at him with a gaze such as one might fix upon the flames before he steps into them, she said clearly, "Ask Mrs. Deans who Myron Holder is." She slipped away, the gloom of the unlighted street absorbing her figure, as though it gathered to itself its righteous belonging. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Untempered Wind by Joanna Wood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. We are the voices of the wandering wind, which seek for quiet, and quiet can never find. Lo, as the wind is, so is mortal life. A moan, a sob, a sigh, a storm, a strife. Next morning, Philip Hardman left Mrs. Dean's early. He was leaving by the first train from the little flag station, which was at the far end of the village. Besides, he was determined to see Myron Holder. Mrs. Deans had endeavored to dissuade him from this, but he was firm, and, recognizing this, Mrs. Deans suggested that she accompany him upon his mission. But he stated gently but firmly that he could achieve better results alone. Mrs. Deans felt bitterly aggrieved at being treated thus, for behind his gentle words she read a settled determination to keep her out of it, as she phrased it to herself. She bade him good-bye, however, with well-affected geniality, as he stood upon her doorstep, but the shallow smile died very soon, and a malevolent expression replaced it upon her fat features. "I'll speak to Brother Fletcher about this," she said. "That Hardman is sorely puffed up in his own conceit and vainglorious. Well, by himself he can do nothing," she concluded piously. But whether it was the absence of the Lord or herself from Hardman's side that was going to militate against his success, she left undetermined. There might also have been some doubt in the mind of the impartial hearer as to whether she was glad or sorry that his mission was likely to be a failure. Certainly her tone was not indicative of any great grief. She betook herself indoors and set about preparing a fresh supply of country dainties for the Reverend Fletcher. Philip Hardman's face changed also after he turned it from Mrs. Dean's self-contented countenance, and the new expression was not far removed from one of disgusted contempt, and it must be confessed a somewhat sneering bitterness made his keen eyes sombre. He had asked Mrs. Deans the night before who Myron Holder was, and had been told, but in such a fashion. Mrs. Dean's evil words still stung his heart with shame for his kind. He felt as though one had smitten his lips with nettles. And the pious speeches with which Mrs. Deans had besprent her tale, bah! It was like sprinkling a weak disinfectant over a heap of filth. It was indeed the poison of asps to hear Scripture, nay, the very words of his Master, so defiled. Well, Hardman compressed his lips and hurried on. The morning was sweet and calm, the shoreless air very clear and still, and little by little his spirit attuned itself to the hour. Shred by shred, the mantle of bitterness fell from him. The memories of the evening mingled with the hopes of the morning, into a draught that was very sweet to him. When he reached the cottage door, his eyes were exalted, his lips calm, his heart confident. The door was open, and through it he saw a bare room. The walls stained a deep yellow with ochre, a carpetless floor, comfortless but clean. A square table with a coarse white cloth covering it stood in the middle of the room. Upon it was some food. Myron sat there alone, but there was another plate laid, beside which stood a battered tin mug. All this he took in at a glance, and then his eyes fastened upon the woman's face. She was as yet unconscious of his presence. She sat at the table in such a position that the profile of her face was outlined sharply against the bright yellow of the walls. Her face, as he beheld it thus for the first time in clear daylight, struck him with swift remembrance of an exquisite picture he had once seen, a meek-mouthed Madonna painted on a bright brass plaque. There was the same pose of head, the same heavy knot of nut-brown hair, the same outward sweep of the lashes from the same drooped lids, the same exquisite line where the cheek softened to the throat. But, alas, there was no heavenly nimbus round this living head, no holy glow of happy maternity, no pure halo of womanhood. At that moment Myron turned towards the doorway, and as her eyes met his imagination suddenly supplied the aureole that before she seemed to lack, and in completion of the picture a stray line or two of poetry came back to him with all the happy force of applicability. Eh, sweet, you have the eyes men choose to paint, you know, and just that soft turn in the little throat, and bluish colour in the lower lid, they make saints with. He started as he realized that he was comparing the Madonna to this unblessed mother, an ideal of saintly beauty to this sinning one. But all in an instant there came to him a swift certainty that this was not the face of an evil woman. This woman bore in her countenance the indelible lines of pain and suffering, the ineffable traces of bodily and mental anguish. She had been bowed beneath the burden of woman's inalienable heritage of agony, had lived through the Gethsemane of childbirth, and won the heights of motherhood's Golgotha, a child's grave. But in all this, remember, there is nothing vile. It is only infinitely pitiful. Whilst he gazed and thought these things swiftly, she had risen from her place and stood with clasped hands and down-bent head, so like a prisoner awaiting sentence that he felt a great throb of pity. He took a step forward and held out his hand. "I am going to the train," he said, "but I came away early that I might see you." "You are very good," she faltered, "but—" She hesitated. "But what?" he urged gently, holding both her hands and looking down at her. "Do you know who I am?" she asked. "Yes," he answered, "I know everything." "You asked Mrs. Deans," she said, in an incredulous voice. He flushed at the tone. It told so clearly that she fully understood what Mrs. Deans would say, and somehow it seemed to link him with Mrs. Deans, as if he and that worthy woman stood on one side of a river and Myron Holder alone on the other. He could not bear that. "Yes, but I always judge for myself," he said quickly. "Oh," she said, "you are—" She stopped, but gave the note of those swift glances of ineffable gratitude that had so often stirred Homer's heart. And looking at her thus, Hardman forgave her everything, for love pardons the unpardonable past, and this man, from that moment, loved her, although he did not yet know it. "Your child was very dear to you," he said, glancing at the table where the 2 plates stood, although there was but one to sit at the board. "Ah, so dear," she answered. Then, after a moment's pause, she went on swiftly, "Oh, you can understand what it was. Surely you can. You are so good. He was everything to me, absolutely everything. The thought of him kept me from greater sin. I was nearly blind with weariness, and the way was getting dimmer and dimmer to my eyes, but his laugh showed me where the right road lay, and when I found it again, his steps kept me company. Oh, can you think what it is to see the only creature, the only living thing in all the world that loves you, die?" She looked at him, an interrogation so poignant as to be imperative in her eyes. "Yes," he said, "we are 2 lonely souls, Myron. In all the wide earth there is none who cares whether I live or die." "I am sorry," she said. "Only you are so good, you can have friends for the seeking. As for me, I am not fit to be anyone's friend. I had one friend here, but he is dead too." She added the last sentence with a strange, swift sense of justice. Even though Homer was dead, she could not bear that he be classed with those others who had been so cruel. "Yes," answered Hardman, "I heard of him." "Did she tell you that he died to save Mai's life?" she asked. "Yes, she told me," he answered. There was a pause. Then Myron said, "It was so good of you to come." He noticed the harsh tones of her voice. "Have you a sore throat?" he asked. "No," she said, "but my child died of suffocation. His throat was swollen with inflammation and croup, and when he tried to speak to me his voice was hard, like mine is now. It made my own throat ache, and ever since the pain has been there, and I have spoken in this way." Thus simply Myron told of that marvel, that extraordinary instance of the power of love. For this was indeed so. In Myron's case had been made manifest one of those marvelous mysteries of the human mechanism that now and again thrills the scientist with a burning zeal to discover the real relation between mind and matter, to enter the penetralia of humanity and learn its secret. That desolate night in the cottage, the mother heart apprehended each pang of the choking child, and the mother endured in her own organism a like agony. How sad to think she had no divine license to do so. How strange that such a love should spring from shame. Hardman's mind grasped the significance of her words upon the instant. For a moment the realization of this woman's strength held him silent. Then he remembered her loneliness and bent towards her. "Myron," he said, "will you be my friend?" "Oh, do you mean it?" she asked breathlessly. "Assuredly," he said. Then once more Myron gave her hands as a seal of friendship. There was only a short time left after that, a few moments of earnest prayer from Philip Hardman, a few words asking her to go to the rest of the meetings, a brief promise from her, and briefer acknowledgments of his goodness faltering between her sobs. Then Hardman had to say good-bye, and his form was already vanishing from sight before Myron realized that she was once more alone. Philip Hardman hurried to the station and caught his train. The first stage of his journey was short, only some 50 miles to the city, where he was to meet the Reverend Mr. Fletcher. He found him at the depot, ready to go to Jamestown. In a few hurried words Hardman told him of Myron Holder, of her sin, her punishment, her sorrow. He commended her to Mr. Fletcher's prayers, and asked him to preach so that her diffident heart might find some message in his words. Mr. Fletcher promised, and expressed with some little emphasis a hope that Hardman's own labours might be blessed. Then he departed. His train was just pulling out when Hardman ran up to the open window by which Mr. Fletcher had settled himself. "You'll be gentle with her, Brother Fletcher? She is indeed a bruised reed." There was no time for answer. Mr. Hardman did not witness the scorn with which this advice, no, entreaty, was received. He stood looking after the swiftly vanishing train somewhat sadly, then, rousing himself, went to find out about the train that was to take him to his new charge. Philip Hardman's father had been a mechanic, a lifelong worker in one of those sooty, befouling foundries where the great furnaces gleam like so many mouths of the pit, where all day long there is the roar of flames, the blast of hot air, the clang of metal, the heat of Hades, the hiss of molten iron, the angry flight of sparks struck from huge anvils. All the haste and fury and dumb brutish endurance of men working at the top-notch of physical exertion, rushing hither and thither like demons before the fires, or clad in grotesque masks and armour, turning great masses of glowing, cooling metal so that the steam hammers may forge them into shape. In this atmosphere Philip Hardman's father had spent all his life since he was a little lad, carrying water to the workers, water in which flying sparks quenched themselves, hissing. It would be no wonder if from a race of fathers such as these blackened workers, gnome-like children were to be born, all action and no thought, swift, tireless, inhuman. But these men, darting about in the glare of the dusky fires like devil-ridden spectres, had, some of them, time for thought. Indeed, the man who moves unmoved amid these masses of incarnate heat, steps over and around streams of liquid fire, watches those infernal lakes plumbago-shored which one single drop of water converts into death-dealing volcanoes, and stands beside a torrent of molten iron as it flows from the crucible, ready to dam its resistless tide on the instant, may well be credited with capacity, if not time, for thought. To Philip Hardman's father, during those long hot hours of breathless haste, there came ideas, distorted, meagre, and ill-developed, perhaps, which, when he left the works at night, pallid-faced beneath the grime, still bore him company, nebulous visions of great labor-saving devices by which men forever would be exempt from the dreadful toil that scorched both soul and body. There was many a rich germ dormant in these ideas of his, but lacking the cohesion of long, uninterrupted thought, and wanting the quickening of accurate knowledge. For there lay the older Philip Hardman's great stumbling block. To perfect his inventions, he required a knowledge of chemicals and of different forces and their application, and an insight into the cause of the effects he wished to produce. How blindly, painfully, and heartbrokenly he toiled after this knowledge, no one ever fully appreciated. His son, long years after his death, realized it in some fashion. He did not ask assistance of anyone, for he feared, with the traditional dread of the inventor, lest the one from whom he sought advice should steal his idea. He saved to buy books that were useless to him, and pored over their misleading pages with eyes from which all moisture seemed scorched away until the very eyeballs themselves felt hot and hard. But he kept them painfully fastened upon those pages from which he strove to wrest a secret they did not hold, to learn those things which would enable him to set free forever his fellows from the necessity of enduring that soul-baking heat. Perhaps his invention, even if perfected, would not have compassed all he dreamed it would, for he was prone to endow it almost with thinking as well as executive powers, and to think of it as animated by a great zeal for mankind, as, with its nerveless phalanges, it performed those awful tasks. Perhaps there may be greater ideals than the thought of setting men free from one of the most terrible and exhaustive forms of labor, but none knew better than this man the terrors of heat, none understood more clearly how the mind narrowed as the body shrank before the stifling blasts. And after all, if we all set ourselves to alleviate the special misery we understand, there would be fewer misshapen lives in the world. Well, how many a vulgar Cato has compelled his energies, no longer tameless then, to mold a pin or fabricate a nail. Philip Hardman's mother was a woman of a hysteric nature, who scarcely thought enough of this world to make her husband and children comfortable in it. The children were narrow-chested, weak little creatures. They heard from her lips terrible tales of the wrath to come, couched in symbolism they well understood, for their father worked daily amid just such scenes as their mother depicted, the abode of the damned to be. The parallel between the Hades her words pictured forth and her husband's life never struck Mrs. Hardman. Even when her husband died, going to his grave a broken-hearted man, barren of achievement, leaving not one labor-saving device, not one little bolt or wheel called by his name, she did not regret or realize the hard life he had had, nor think she might have made it easier. She only tortured herself daily by wondering if she had sufficiently represented to him his lost condition. It is to be feared that she was more interested in convincing herself that she was free of responsibility than that he was saved. In time, however, She began to feel that she had done her best, and feeling it would be too much like them Catholics to pray for the soul of a dead man, she turned all her attention to her own. Doubtless she was right, and yet is it not a beautiful myth to think that prayer from a loving heart may benefit those we love, even if they have passed beyond these voices? If we must needs pick and choose delusions, why not take those unselfish ones, so beautiful, if inutile? Is it not an idea really worthy of a divinity to think that by our self-flagellations our loved ones may be freed from stripes? Are there not some of us who would gladly thus requite debts of incalculable benefits received, some of us who would dare accept even a hell to know our loved one had a heaven? Philip Hardman's father had belonged to various insurance societies, such as workmen form for mutual benefit. It would have sufficed to keep life in all the children until such time as they became self-supporting, but one by one they died, until only Philip was left. He worked in the pattern shop in the works until he was 20, when his mother died. Then he took the residue of his father's insurance money and his own savings and went to school. It is not strange that he should choose the ministry. He had inherited all his father's love for his kind and much of his mother's fervor of purpose, added to which he had his own birthright of lofty idealism. But he had also something of the weaknesses of both parents. His mother's instability clung to him and made him vacillating, and the secrecy of his father in regard to his inventions survived in him under the guise of habitual reticence. He was deeply impressed with the sadness of life, and thought he saw in religion the one panacea for pain. Besides, he too wished to flee from the wrath to come. He had been preaching some 7 years when he visited Jamestown, and during that time he had bitten through to the ashes more than once. The fruit he held against his lips was losing even its fair seeming. His charges were always amid the poor, and he was beginning to rebel against a doctrine that accused a divine being of all the cruelties life holds. The poor have the gospel preached to them, he had once looked upon as the expression of divine benefaction. Now it struck him as being redolent of a peculiar and brutal sarcasm. Philip Hardman had all his life thought of his religion as only true when environed in an atmosphere of severity. One day, just after a tumult of doubt and a corresponding influx of faith and confidence, he went into a Roman Catholic cathedral. The exact reason for this is hard to divine. Perhaps it may have been some mad thought of attacking Rome in her own citadel. At any rate, he went in and sat down, looking about him with righteous contempt at the idolatrous images in their carven niches. His religious dreams had ever been barren of that ecstasy which springs from the grandeur and dignity of gorgeous ceremonials, sonorous chanting, vibrating music. He had never experienced the breathless hush of suspense between the intoned invocation of priests and the thrilling choral response. He had never, at the clear-toned ringing of a bell, let fall his head and abased his spirit. But now he experienced an emotion such as possessed the monks of the Rosy Cross, when to their fervid vision the stony walls of their cells parted and disclosed vistas of heavenly beauty. He adored with the fervor of the true fanatic the Church, saw her for the first time in the light of a beautiful mistress, to be worshipped alone for herself, her beauty, her charm, her power. Philip Hardman left the cathedral, his eyes kindled, his step light. He had had doubts of his love, but they were all gone now. He had been dwelling apart from her, he had but heard echoes of her voice, he had never seen her as he should have seen her, at home, mystical, with dim, subdued, and vaporous light, clad in gorgeous vestments, incensed with heavenly odors, irradiate with 100 colors as the sunlight fell through the painted windows, and the altar lights smote answering flames from the gold of the altar, served by humble servitors, made holy by their service. He had regarded her as a poor bride, without a wedding garment, chilled by the cold breath of the world, abashed by the insulting sneers of the ungodly. He now beheld her as she was, a queen upon a throne, in all the regal magnificence of her regal state. He was no longer the cherisher of a feeble flame, striving to make it shine in darkness. He was a humble slave of a great lamp, blessed if the farthest reaching rays from the sacred centre of light shone upon his unworthy head or gilded his outstretched hands. He had thought of his creed pitifully, as a torn leaf out of an old book trampled in the dirt. There was none of that here. No apology, no plea. There was only a triumphant paean of a glorious creed, a sad mourning over those that were without it. This spiritual exaltation working upon his eager nature imparted to him a physical stimulus, exhilarating and strange. He strode along vigorously. He felt that he was strong and fleet in spirit, mind, and body. He walked on. The day waned. Distinct thought had long since departed. His mood, which in an Oriental would have induced the coma of the hashish eater, prompted him hazily to form great plans for the good of his kind. The good of his kind? No, the glory of the Church. He followed few of these plans to any conclusion. They ended as they had begun, in nebulous imaginings of glory. And as glory is easily transferable from the worshipped to the worshipper, the ending of his dreams included a cloud of incense to himself, the incense of approval, admiration, and the sweet savor of self-inflicted martyrdom. He walked on, pitiably unaware of the St. Simeon Stylites attitude he had assumed. Night dimmed down, the wind rose, dead elm leaves were blown across his path, rustling underfoot. The night wind, chill with first frosts, aroused him with a shiver to remember where he was. He found himself in the country. Long vistas of barren fields stretched out before him, a dreary panorama. The grey sky was darkened by crows flying silently towards their nightly roosts. He passed pools of lifeless water, choked with sodden leaves. A labourer slouched by, a labourer from the railway going home, content because he had earned double pay for a Sunday's work. The odour of decaying vegetables somewhere near struck painfully upon Hardman's senses. This, he thought with disgust, was the odour of nature, of the world. The night suddenly dropped down from the clouds, and the darkness urged him to seek shelter. He approached a cottage he observed dimly, finding his way to it up an uneven lane bordered by a fantastic fence of uprooted stumps, whose ragged branch-like roots, twisted and distorted, stood out in solid black masses against the insubstantial mist of the night. He shuddered. It seemed to his supersensitive fancy that these grotesque shapes were huge simulacra of the animalculae that the microscope discovers in water. His muscles shrank as he imagined these huge shapes, unseen but not unseeing, writhing through the air, flourishing their weird forms over and around his head, embracing him with their elastic antennae, and moving with him encircled in their horrible, impalpable embrace. With what devilish skill they swept nearer and nearer to him, avoiding him by a hair's breadth, and perceiving how his spirit shrank from their approach. He gazed up into the night, striving to see there the dreadful shapes his fancy had woven into a Dante-like vision. The side glimpses his eyes held of the fantastic forms of the roots projected themselves upon the curtains of the night before him. His breath quickened, he felt stifled. He withdrew his gaze from the clouds and fastened it upon his path, which to his distorted fancy seemed to contract until it narrowed down to an impassable barrier of threatening, twining arms. He stumbled on. As he staggered across the threshold of the cottage, he brushed through a mass of dried sweet grass, cut down and left to wither in the pathway. Its snuff-like odor brought back the incense of the afternoon. With a strong revulsion of feeling, he threw off alike the sensuous charm of the odor and the horrid phantasmagoria that his imagination had conjured up. He knocked at the door, feeling a self-disgust that amounted almost to physical nausea. Philip Hardman after this was especially bitter in his sermons against Rome, her priests, her altars, her incense, her teachings. He regarded himself as having escaped, hardly by the skin of his teeth, from the clutches of the scarlet woman that sitteth upon the 7 hills, and besought his hearers oft, with all his own peculiar eloquence, to keep themselves withdrawn from the temptations of Rome, of which he avowed almost with tears he had felt the power. This experience has no bearing upon the story of Myron Holder, save inasmuch as it indicates the emotional instability of Philip Hardman. Poor Myron. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Untempered Wind by Joanna Wood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Behold, we know not anything. I can but trust that good shall fall at last, far off, at last, to all, and every winter change to spring. O wind, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? Mr. Fletcher arrived in Jamestown in due time, and was met at the station by Mrs. Deans. Hardly had they started upon their drive to Mrs. Deans before Mr. Fletcher inquired about Myron Holder. Mrs. Deans launched forth eloquently, and Mr. Fletcher was soon in possession of the same facts and fancies concerning Myron Holder as Philip Hardman had been deluged with. But the Reverend Fletcher viewed the recital differently. He regarded Mrs. Dean's indignation as being the natural feeling of a good woman toward a bad one, and saw in this drawing away of the skirts nothing derogatory to Mrs. Dean's womanhood. The church was filled that evening, and many eyes watched the door eagerly, for the probable appearance of Myron Holder had been a much-discussed theme that day. Many of them had missed seeing her the night before, but there certainly was no danger that the like would occur again. The Reverend Mr. Fletcher entered with his hostess, and, like the clever church diplomat that he was, spoke to the class leaders and the elect, and smiled benignly but condescendingly upon the lesser lights, and then proceeded, without further parley, to the platform. He was a hard-faced man with hawk-like features, coarsened by wind and weather, keen, hard eyes wherein passion had left its light but not its warmth, strong square jaws that indicated at once the tenacity and stubbornness of the man. The Reverend Fletcher was indeed a good specimen of the evangelist who goes forth with the sword of the smiter rather than the balm of the healer. There was no fear of his beguiling anyone by false promises of perilous peace. When he had taken his position behind the reading desk, he too began to watch the door. From Mrs. Dean's description of Myron Holder, he had formed an idea of her appearance. He looked to see some flaunting rustic beauty, bold of eye, brazen of deportment, gaily dressed, perhaps, and defiant of bearing. It lacked but a moment or two of the time for service when Myron Holder entered the church. She paused a moment in the doorway, looking about for an inconspicuous seat. There was one but a step from the doorway. She sank into it. The Reverend Fletcher observed her pale face shine, star-like, for a moment against the darkness of the unlighted porch ere she stepped within the church. He decided instantly that this was indeed one of the elect, and gave no further thought to her. His whole attention was absorbed in looking for the sinner for whose soul he was to do battle. He thirsted for the fray, but the minutes passed, and no one else entered. So he took up his discourse, and soon had his congregation in a spiritual tumult. Ejaculations came thick and fast from his hearers, and there were as many weeping women as any preacher could desire. But the heart of the Reverend Fletcher was hot within him against she, the godless one, who sat at home, whilst the warnings and threatenings prepared for her were poured into the ears of everyone else in the village. Meantime Myron sat half-dazed. Truly, this was another doctrine than the one she had listened to the night before. Where amid all these words was the promise of the pitying Christ? She was out and away the moment Mr. Fletcher uttered his last amen. As he stood mopping the perspiration from his brow, she was speeding through the silent street, and by the time the church was empty, she had flung herself, sobbing, on her bed. When the Reverend Mr. Fletcher discovered that, after all, Myron Holder had been in the church, he was decidedly disgusted. He always liked aiming his remarks at some particular person, and always felt as though he were firing blank cartridges when he could not see the target. Therefore he was more than annoyed to find that he had so scattered his fire when he might have taken accurate aim at Myron. He remarked to Mrs. Deans, with some irascibility, that her description of Myron Holder had been somewhat misleading. "Oh, she's deep," said Mrs. Deans, "and that's sly there's no being up to her. Always going about as if butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. But as for wickedness and genuine inborn badness, why, Brother Fletcher, it's my belief and solemn opinion that she was just making a set at Brother Hardman with them eyes o' hern. I'm glad, Brother Fletcher, that Brother Hardman was called away. He was very young, Brother Hardman was, very." The Reverend Mr. Fletcher, recalling Hardman's words at the depot, decided that Myron was a dangerous creature, a sly serpent, evidently, in a dove's disguise. The Reverend Fletcher girded his loins to the fray, and was fain to look well to his breastplate of righteousness, and to give thanks that it had fallen to his fate to emulate St. Anthony. Mrs. White and Mrs. Wilson were invited to take tea along with the minister next day, and Mrs. Wilson played her role of sorrowing mother to perfection. The two other ladies paid her the delicate compliment of looking fixedly at her for a moment, then shaking their heads lugubriously, and exchanging a meaning glance with each other. When the cockles of their hearts were warmed by Japan tea, they began making allusions to dispensations, and afflictions, and merciful providences, terms which in the vocabulary of the sanctified seem to mean the same thing. And Mrs. Wilson began making remarks about troubles, which were not very intelligible, owing to her beginning them with a sniff and ending in a snivel. All this fired the zeal of the preacher to no small degree. He resolved they should see the strength of the scriptural sword when wielded by his hands. He assured them that the stubborn neck of the offender should be bowed beneath the spiritual yoke. that the flinty heart of the sinner should be broken, and that the cause of all this trouble and scandal should be made to do penance. These cheerful predictions filled the hearts of his hearers with much joy, and they parted in a little flutter of excitement to meet again at the church, where they anticipated, as Mrs. White expressed it, that Brother Fletcher would show that Myron Holder up in her true colours. That night Myron sat again in that far back seat, and again the spiritual thunders of the Reverend Fletcher spent themselves over her head. In all his harangue there was no word to touch her soul. Death, death, death was the burden of it all. Now, death is a bogey to fright happy children with, not weary women. Life had been so bitter to this woman that its antithesis could not be aught but alluring. It was the last night of the Reverend Fletcher's ministration in Jamestown. For 3 nights he had fired volleys of fire and brimstone at Myron Holder. For 3 nights she had sat patient, pale, unmoved, her eyes growing wearier and wearier, her face sadder and sadder, as her hope of finding peace grew less and less. It was such a vague hope, not concerned with repentance of sin at all, but wholly comprehended in an ineffable longing for the fabled rest of Philip Hardman's preaching. She had heard no further word of it, and she was beginning to doubt if she had heard aright that night when the sweetness of the words had left a tiny germ of hope behind. The Reverend Mr. Fletcher was also sorely troubled. His reputation as a revivalist was at stake. The eyes of the village were upon him. It is true that he had had a great measure of success. Every night the anxious seat had been filled with weeping women. Aussie Annie Abby Maria White had waxed fairly hysterical as she avowed her sins. Anne Lemon had howled forth a lengthy lamentation of her wickedness. Saul Disney had professed conversion after resisting the workings of the Spirit within him for 27 years, as he testified. But all this garnered grain was but as tares in the sight of the Reverend Fletcher, because of that one stubborn thistle that refused to bow its head to the scriptural sickle. But the Reverend Fletcher was a strategist as well as a fighter. He recalled what Mrs. Deans had said regarding Myron's inordinate love for her child, and, remembering, resolved to win Myron Holder's soul despite herself. With this resolution strong within him, he took his place for the last time before a Jamestown audience. It ought to have been very gratifying to the ministerial eye, that audience, for all the village was there. All save with one notable exception. Clem Humphrey's place before Mrs. Deans was vacant, and never again would he vex that worthy woman's soul by his presence in the Jamestown tabernacle. Clem had left Jamestown. The night before this last meeting, Clem, willing to sustain his role of a religious individual, rose in his place, and in sepulchral tones asked for the prayers of the congregation. It is probable that such a request was never so promptly granted before, for hardly had he resumed his seat before Anne Lemon was upon her feet. Always voluble, Anne had no difficulty in finding words wherewith to address the Lord, which she proceeded to do upon Clem's behalf, as follows. "O Lord," she commenced, "save this sinful man who seeks thy aid. You know what he is, O Lord. You know his pretenses, his hypocrisy, his sinfulness. But save him, for you can. You know what a sinful man he is, far beyond any hope of good in this world. But, oh, save him. You know he drinks, putting an enemy into his mouth to steal away his soul. You know he lies, and is lazy, and is a Sabbath breaker, spending in sinful sport the hours when he should worship thee. You know he makes his religion just a cloak for his deceit. You know all this, for nothing is hid from thee. You know he oppressed the widow all last winter. But save him, Lord, for you can. Save him now, whilst he seeks thy aid. You know he did it for his own ends, to make people believe in his goodness. But save him now, O Lord, when he can't get out. Save him in spite of himself. Make him indeed one of your sheep. Anne sat down amid a chorus of amens, and Clem was eagerly besought to testify. But Clem was literally dumb with rage, and sat mute, whilst the Reverend Fletcher prayed that the new-found brother might be given the gift of holy speech, that he might show forth the mercy he had found, concluding by giving thanks for the conversion of this great sinner. And this to a man who had been so long a favoured one with the godly in the land. It was too much. Clem trembled with rage. Anne's life would hardly have been safe at that moment could Clem have laid hands on her. As it was, she did not fall in his way, and old Clem took French leave of Jamestown that night, shaking the dust from off his feet as a testimony against it. He resolved, as he left the village, never again to try to keep up with the religious folk. Clem decided they made the place too hot for him. The Reverend Fletcher rose and began his address. Robbed of its exuberance of expression, it was an effective one. He concluded with an impassioned appeal to his hearers to accept the truth. "Is there," he said, "none among you to whom there appears a little lonely grave, whose whispering grasses plead to you to think of the little one buried there? Wandering alone in heaven, seeking there the love it had on earth, already wearied by its long waiting, already faltering as it searches for the loved face, already heartsick as it listens to the angels singing the names of the saved on earth, but never, never hears that loved name in the heavenly roll call. Is there none among you who has an empty heart? Is there none among you who feels, in memory only, the loving touch of baby fingers? Is there none among you who, in dreams only, hears a baby voice cry, 'Mother, mother'? If there is such a mother, will she sit stubbornly silent here, whilst her lonely child, orphaned even in heaven because of her hard-heartedness, searches ever on and on for the mother that will not come to him?" Mr. Fletcher paused. There was breathless silence for a moment. Then there was a stir far back near the door. The congregation moved, looked round, and murmured. A woman's figure came swiftly down the aisle, reached the clear space before the platform, stood, wavered. The next moment Myron Holder had fallen to the floor, prostrate as a novice beneath the pall. Myron Holder and the Reverend Fletcher stood alone in the empty church. Mrs. Deans waited impatiently outside. She had never dreamed Mr. Fletcher would treat her thus. The noise of the departing congregation was dying away, and Mr. Fletcher was carrying out a stern resolution he had made. He was talking to Myron Holder of her sin and its enormity, upbraiding her for the past and cautioning her against the future. She listened meekly, admitting her sin and saying no single word in palliation of it. He was giving her stern advice regarding her attitude towards the rest of the village when she interrupted him for the first time. "I am leaving Jamestown tomorrow," she said. "What?" said Mr. Fletcher. "I am leaving Jamestown tomorrow," she repeated. The Reverend Fletcher's brow grew stern. "Is that how you are going to evidence the new mercy you have found? By going out into the world to deceive people?" "I will deceive no one," she said. I can do nothing here. In winter I shall have to go on the township again. I must go to earn my living. Evil will come of it. Your influence will not be for good. You will spread a moral pestilence. Once I took a long journey in the cars. The car was very dirty, and there was much soot and smoke, and the black coat I wore absorbed the dust and grime. Well, it lost nothing of its good appearance. It was a black coat, like other black coats, to look at. But listen, one day soon after, in a crowded train, I sat next a woman with a white dress on. What was the result? Her dress was smirched and darkened where her sleeve touched mine. So it was always. That coat defiled everything it touched until I put it from me. It was a good coat, and I could ill afford to do it, but still less could I afford to pollute whatever I touched. It is thus with you. Out of evil, evil will come. We do not gather figs of thistles. Your life has been evil. Your heart is bad. Can good emanate from this? You will go forth to the world in fair seeming, no trace of your sin visible to the eye, and you will spread the contagion of your sin. Listen to me, my Reinholder. Do not dare go forth in silence. Do not dare conceal your real nature. Do not dare. Say to each man and woman with whom you have more than the most brief association, Lo, I am one who has sinned. I have been a mother, but not a wife. Myron gazed at him with horror-wide eyes. His were implacable. "Am I so dreadful?" she said. "Oh, must I proclaim my shame aloud?" "You must," he said. "What, would you deny your child on earth and hope to meet him in heaven?" She let fall her face in her hands. There was silence for a space. Then she raised her head. "Very well," she said. "I will do as you say." She turned from his side and made her way down the church. A strange and new distinction of manner seemed to have enveloped her, a dignity of absolute isolation. She passed through the door, and for the last time Mrs. Dean's eyes looked into hers. That steady gaze lasted some seconds, and then Myron Holder went out into the night. But in that last meeting of eyes, Myron Holder's were not the ones that faltered. As Cain went forth with his curse, did his eyes fall before any living face? He was subject only to fear of his fate. Myron Holder feared only the years she had to live. That night in her cottage, Myron Holder sat sewing, fashioning a tiny bag out of one of Mai's misshapen aprons. When completed, she put something carefully in it, and hung it round her neck, concealing it beneath her gown. She folded up her few articles of clean clothing and tied them up, with Mai's little tin mug, into a neat parcel. She took a last look around the silent rooms, and then went out, closing the door gently behind her, as if heedful not to awaken one who slept. All along the little path, voices seemed to bear her company. The voices of her father, her grandmother, Homer's strong, tender tones, and Mai's uncertain voice, and each awoke a loving echo in her heart. Yes, even the strident voice of her grandmother. They each and all whispered, "Goodbye, goodbye," save the little child's. That was inarticulate, and babbled but of childish love and confidence. She made her way along the road she had trodden so many times in anguish. She reached the graveyard, and there held her last vigil by the side of Mai's grave. The stars were yet in the sky, the mysterious stars of morning skies, when she rose to her feet. She went to each of the other graves that her heart held, and then came back to this one, the newest and smallest of the four. She looked down upon it with the pain of childbirth in her eyes, then up to the mindful stars. She turned away with a prayer upon her lips, the same in which was uttered her agony in the cottage, the same prayer that had faltered from her lips in the church. Not Lord, Lord, but my. So Myron Holder left Jamestown, and with her we leave it also. There is much yet that might be told of the place, of the strange death that befell Bing White, of the marriage of Gamaliel Deans to Liz, the bound girl, of the penance of pain that was meted out to Mrs. Deans for the evil she had wrought, of how Mr. and Mrs. Wilson were turned out of their farm by those of their children who had so pitied them whilst Homer lived, of how, after all, the old ragman found a fortune in rags, though not in the way he had dreamed of how the new church was built, and of how the old Holder cottage still stands, a ruin amid its garden, peopled only by sparrows, of how a new railway runs through the school playground, and banishes the buttercups by its cinders to the other side of the broken-down fence. There they run riot, having spread even up to the doorstep of the old cottage, where they cluster about the roots of the hop vines. There have been many changes in Jamestown. Great factories disfigure the margin of the lake, defile the streams with their refuse, and befoul the atmosphere with their smoke. A long row of workmen's cottages, depressingly alike in gable and window, has crowded the Black Horse Inn out of existence. Its old bricks pave the paths over which the mill hands go to work. The last vestige of its violets has vanished. The hearts of the Jamestown women, however, have not changed. The same merciless virtue that hounded Myron Holder pursues the poor factory girl who falters on her way. The same pointing fingers sting her soul. The same condemnation, the same cruelty, the same scorn greet her as were meted out to Myron Holder. In the olden days it was the Vestal Virgins, charged with keeping alight the fires that burned upon the altars sacred to home, that doomed the fallen gladiator to death. Their inflexible gesture negatived the pleading of the upraised hand. There is no single instance given where they exercised the power of pardon vested in them. And today the verdict upon the fallen comes from women also. And is there any record of pardons? But, O women, think well before you utter a harsh judgment. Your verdict is the more sacred by virtue of being pronounced upon your own sex, for woman is more nearly allied to woman than man to man. Each woman is linked to her sister women by the indissoluble bond of common pain. For men must work and women must weep may have its exceptions as to men, who, by favoring fortune or a kindly fate, may escape their heritage of labor. But did a woman ever elude her birthright of tears? It rests with women whether the bitter cup these unhappy ones drink be brimmed to the lip or not. Ah, well, there are many Jamestowns, and many women therein. By their works ye shall know them. To the Jamestown women we have known, through their treatment of Myron Holder, we say farewell gladly, only asking them, have ye done well? They moulder flesh and bone, who might have made this life's envenomed dream a sweeter draught than ye shall ever taste, I deem. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Untempered Wind by Joanna Wood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. God gives him painful bread, and for all wine doth feed him on sharp salt of simple tears, and bitter fast of blood. Come, pain ye shall have, and be blind to the ending. Come, fear ye shall have, mid the skies overcasting. Come, change ye shall have, for far are ye wending. Come, no crown ye shall have, for your thirst and your fasting. Myron Holder, in the blue garb of a professional nurse, stood one spring morning looking out of one of the high windows in the great hospital where she worked. 3 years had passed since that daybreak when she turned her back on Jamestown. With what trembling steps she had made her way to town, to the house of the doctor who had attended old Mr. Carroll. He had suggested to her the vocation of professional nursing, having observed her natural aptitude for it when she was tending Mr. Carroll. He had given her his address, and bade her come to him if she decided to adopt the course he had indicated. She had done so, and through his recommendation she had obtained admittance to this hospital. Since then she had worked and studied hard, and had gained her certificate as a trained nurse. She had gone forth from Jamestown, lonely as a cloud, and not without sorrow. The wild flower that grows by the bleakest roadside wilts and droops for a time, at least, when transplanted to even the most sheltered garden. The stunted cedar, clinging to a crevice in the granite, drawing its meagre juices hardly from the niggard soil, yellows and dies when rent by the resistless wind from its rocky resting place. The barrenness of the mountainside seems kinder to it than the green meadows to which it is hurled. For some little time Myron was bewildered by the strange world which she had entered, but it did not remain long strange. It soon developed familiar phases. She bore forever the burden of the hateful pledge the Reverend Mr. Fletcher had wrung from her. In the old harsh days of puritanical prudery and intolerance, the evil woman bore upon her breast a flamy insignia of shame, a beacon warning all not to trust their hopes or fears or joys to that perfidious bosom which had been false to its own womanhood, a something which could be seen afar off, a mute yet eloquent cry, "Unclean, unclean!" But the milder methods of modern Christianity were far different. They fastened no physical sign of degradation upon the object of their righteous wrath, no burning letter or brand. Hers was no torch of shame to light the beholder to other paths than that which lay by her side. Hawthorne's stately evil woman bore an implacable face above that fatal mark, strode upon her way with the stern step of vanquished will, defied by her mien her accusers and her judges. Upon her countenance was writ in all the varied hieroglyphics of tint and expression, line and curve, the story of her passion and her shame. Not so this humble village outcast. Her mien showed rather the tender sorrow of a face created for tears, a face whose lips held pain enough, prisoned behind their paleness, to wail the woe of the whole world, eyes which had looked at death unflinchingly through the pangs of the sublimest torture womanhood knows, rather than betray the coward who had forsaken her. Eyes which had looked at misery and pain, suffering and death so often that they seemed to have lost the power of reflecting aught else. Eyes which held in their depths nothing but the resignation, despair, and the settled purpose of undeviating will. Sometimes, when the child was alive, there had shone in their depths varying shadows. Then there were moments when she allowed herself to wish and hope and fear, but that was past, just as was her mad rebellion against his death. Such was Myron Holder, meek, quiet, hopeless, bearing the burden imposed upon her by convention's unsparing, if righteous, hand. Men, looking at her, instinctively felt their own vileness, and women saw in her a refuge from their own weakness and sins until they knew of hers. Then, rejoicing that they yet had power to wound something, crucified her afresh. Many a time her heart bled from stings implanted by lips she had moistened night after night. Many a time her face flushed before the scorn expressed in eyes that would have been forever darkened but for her untiring skill and patience. Truly, to lay upon this woman the task of avowing her guilt to each human being who should ever look upon her with kindly tolerance was a measure that the old Puritans would not have adopted. The stake had not receded quite so far into the dim perspective of the past as it has now, and if they had deemed her worthy of the supremest torture, they would probably have chosen the more merciful flames. Myron indeed stood within the shadow of the cross. But it must be remembered that whilst the cross has been the emblem of much mercy, it was also the symbol beneath which the Inquisition sat in council. It must be conceded that the Church is not very lenient with women. We remember its attitude when chloroform was introduced. The mercy that the Reverend Mr. Fletcher had proffered Myron Holder was much like the salt that Eastern torturers rub into the wounds of their victims. There was little to be seen from the high window where Myron stood. The topmost branches of a horse-chestnut tree just leafing out, a wide arch of grey-blue sky, and far off a confused mass of chimneys, where the city lay beneath its veil of smoke. But Myron was not thinking of the busy city, of the tapping chestnut boughs, nor even of the overspan of pellucid sky. She was thinking of a cruel, sordid, babbling little village, and of the silent, unkempt field wherein its dead lay. Her musings were interrupted by the ringing of a bell. She turned and hastened from the room, blue-clad, white-capped, capable, to find a new patient had arrived in her ward, a new patient with thin, broad, stooped shoulders, overhanging penthouse brow, sad and secret above sunken grey eyes that shone with unalterable love for mankind, a patient who, when he saw her coming, held out his hands and whispered, "Myron, Myron," and gave her such a look as banished all the bitterness of her barren belief, and again bestowed the blessed benediction of peace. Thus Philip Hardman and Myron Holder met again. Philip Hardman was no longer a recognized minister of the Church. His doubts had grown too strong for his belief, or his beliefs had grown greater than his creed, and he had gone forth from the Church to become an itinerant preacher, like the man Christ Jesus. He was miserably uncertain and unsettled. Little bands of devotees gathered about him in every town he visited. They were those who were mentally maimed, or halt, or blind, those whose aspirations exceeded their capabilities, those in whose hearts a never-healing sore throbbed in unison with the suffering of mankind. Those who were, like Philip Hardman, striving to flee from the wrath to come, and found themselves bewildered amid the crossways. His followers were, in all places, strangely alike. They gathered to him gradually, and when he left, they scattered. There was no unity of purpose among them, no common determination toward one end to bind them together. The Western worlds are not ready yet for those creedless, formless Eastern doctrines of universal love. Poor Philip Hardman, in an Oriental world, would have made an excellent devotee to dream away his years in spiritual abstraction with the best of them. Nay, he might even have found courage to release his soul by fire from its earthly charnel, like the old East Indians. But he made a poor minister. He was a good enough preacher, eloquent enough and earnest enough, pitiful towards others, merciless to himself, but constantly bewildered by the indefiniteness of his own aspirations, he could not minister any healing balm to the sorrows he deplored. He never felt awkward nor constrained with his followers, only desperately unhappy. They looked to him for a message, and he had none to give them. He raised hopes in their breasts which he could not justify, held out a cup which proved empty when thirsty lips drew near. When he left a town, he was haunted for days by the yearning eyes he had left unlit by hope. Yet he could not bring himself to desert the cross utterly, for ever on the faint and flagging air a doleful spirit with a dreary note cried in his fearful ear, "Prepare, prepare." So he had stumbled on, the strong in him, strong only to discern the needs, the wants, the sadness and cruelty of the world, not strong enough to evolve a creed of truth to alleviate its misery. The weak in him, only weak enough to make him shrink from giving up utterly the old dogmas that hampered his hands, not weak enough to permit him to steep himself in scriptural ease and spend all his time striving to save his own miserable soul. Hardman had come to the charity ward of the hospital to be treated for that common and troublesome disease familiarly known as preacher's sore throat. It was a very natural result of speaking night after night in all sorts of weathers in the open air. He had persisted in his preaching, however, until his voice had become attenuated almost to a whisper. Then, suddenly realizing the gravity of his case, he had fled to the hospital in a panic. Myron's post was in the charity ward, by far the most arduous department in the hospital. Thus Hardman came directly under her care. Relieved from the nervous excitement of his occupation, Hardman's fictitious strength suddenly collapsed, and having squandered his resources recklessly, he was now left with very little stamina to fall back upon. But Myron tended him night and day, throwing into her efforts all the determination of her strong nature, and little by little she conquered. Philip Hardman himself had been as passive during the struggle as a bone for which two dogs fight. But after the fever left him, he began to realize how nearly his doubts and surmises had been all solved, and, looking at Myron's weary face, read in a moment all the meaning of its weariness. From that time her care was seconded by his eager desire for health. Then there fell upon those two that strange enchantment which entered the world when the first bird sang its first love song, which will endure till the last bird fly into the last night. What time the mighty moon was gathering light, love paced the thymy plots of paradise. What strange paths he has trodden since then, what devious ways he has threaded, what strait gates he has entered, upon how many sandy shores he has left his immortal footprints. For all the oceans of human life, all its flood tides of hope, all its ebb tides of despair, cannot efface them. Let love once set his signet seal upon a brow, and all the gilding of glory, all the blackness of shame, the rose wreath nor the crown of thorns, nay, even death itself, cannot blot it out. Life, love, death, the true Trinity, teaching all things, could we but decipher them. Of life we know the ending, of death the beginning, of love nothing. It springs without sowing and bears many harvests. To these two lonely souls it brought a gift of unhoped great delight. Love that all things doth redress, blotted out for a space the toil and moil of their lives. Hardman told Myron how he had loved her ever since he saw her, told her how her name had been mentioned in every prayer his lips had uttered since he left Jamestown, told her how he had written to her, and of how the letter had been, after many days, returned to him from the dead letter office. Myron smiled a little at that. She understood so well the pang it must have cost Mrs. Warner to return it. Indeed, Mrs. Warner, who was postmaster in Jamestown, had suffered real tortures of curiosity, and kept the letter twice the regulation time before she sent it to the dead letter office. But the government was a vague and awful power in Mrs. Warner's eyes, and as she expressed it to her husband, you never know what it knows and what it don't. Philip did not tell Myron about his doubts, nor that he had voluntarily forfeited his standing in the Orthodox Church. And she did not tell him of the promise that the Reverend Mr. Fletcher had exacted from her. Perhaps it was this mutual reticence that wrecked them. But for a short space they were indeed happy. But as Philip grew stronger, the inevitable problem of the future presented itself. Philip asked Myron one day if she had attended the rest of the meetings after he left Jamestown. "Yes," she said, "I am a Christian." That calm statement of hers seemed to impose an impassable barrier between them. She had attained the peace he had lost. She held fast the hope that he was all but relinquishing. She was strong in the faith in which he was so weak. She told him of her first struggle in the hospital, of the difficulty she had had in mastering the book-learning of her profession, of the weariness she endured and the hopelessness she had overcome, and, listening, he thought his heart would break. How could he take from her the faith that had made this possible? How deprive her of the inspiration that kept her worthy? Poor Philip Hardman thought he had alienated himself from his church utterly, but he had in no wise cast off its bonds. He still clung to the enervating doctrine of dependence upon supernatural help, and could not realize that in Myron's womanhood alone lay the strength, the purity of purpose, and the endurance that had brought her thus far upon her way. Sometimes he wondered if it were possible that he could pass the cup from lip to lip and the morsel from mouth to mouth, and yet be himself athirst and hungry. Now and then the thought came to him that he was but suffering from some spiritual sickness that would pass from him like a physical disease, and leave him weak, perhaps, but safe in his old beliefs. When he thought of this, he pictured himself in his old position as minister, and wondered if to marry Myron would conserve the interests of his faith. This was the one unworthy thought of which he was guilty. The man was weak, but this was shameful. It seems incredible to us that this man, having, as he knew, this woman's happiness in the hollow of his hand, loving her as he undoubtedly did, should have hesitated. Had he fully understood the conditions of her life, it is impossible to believe he would have done so. But so few of us know each other face to face. And Philip Hardman was very humble in his estimate of himself. He did not allow himself to think that his life would compensate to Myron Holder for the spiritual benefits she might lose by marrying him. Indeed, this poor, tossed soul sometimes recalled with a shudder that mysterious sin for which there is no forgiveness, and wondered if he had been guilty of it. Then he trembled when Myron Holder approached, lest she be contaminated. It seems this poor man was incapable of understanding the true beauty of love. so that now he would wonder if Myron Holder, as his wife, would stultify his efforts for the faith, and presently tremble lest he drag her down to the perdition he feared. At this juncture, he deliberately shifted the burden from his own shoulders to those of Myron Holder. He asked her to decide, expressing his own love for her, and saying tenderly, "And you, Myron, you love me?" She only looked her answer, but the eloquence of her look seemed to argue and decide the whole case. This conversation occurred in the morning. In the evening, just as dusk fell, Myron came to the ward and sat by him for a little space. Now that the burden was shifted off his own shoulders, Philip felt calm and happy. He lay long and gazed upon her as she sat beside him, gathered the tender strength of her face, the sweet womanliness of her form, the resolution and patience that made bright her brow, and noted all the beauty of her eyes. He pictured their future life together. He thought of her sitting by him in the twilight, of her bidding him good-bye in the morning, of her welcoming him at night. He thought of her looking up at him in the pauses of some household task. He imagined her eyes as they would turn to him for guidance. He dreamed of their comfort when he looked to them for love. He thought of all these things, and then abased himself before the vision of a holy, patient face, the face of the mother of his child. Mid these thoughts, speech does not find ready way. They were together, silent, hand in hand. The time came for Myron to go. It was almost dark in the ward, and an angled screen hid them from view. "Myron," whispered Philip, and looked at her pleadingly. She looked at him, her head sank near his. He kissed her. Her lips were trembling. He passed an arm about her shoulder and gave her a tender, reassuring pressure. "I will know in the morning?" he said. "Yes," she answered, and turned to leave him. She hesitated at the foot of the bed, and then turned toward him again. "Good night," she said. "Good night, Philip." Then she turned and went swiftly from the ward, passing the night nurse at the door. Hardman felt a moisture on his hand, the hand she had held as she said good night. "She was crying, bless her, and I never knew it," he thought. He soon slept. It would seem that he was content so long as Myron made the decision, and thus relieved him from the responsibility and consequences of doing so. Well, we cannot tell. The heart knoweth its own bitterness, and it is not for us to judge Hardman. But whilst withholding judgment upon him, we need not spare to pity Myron, who, prone upon the narrow couch in the bare dormitory, was face to face with her own soul. Whilst Hardman slept, having cast off his burden, she was tasting the bitterness of death. Myron Holder's agony would have indeed bewildered him, could he have witnessed it. It was in such strong contrast to the peace of that perfect hour just past. He could not have realized the battle Myron had done with herself, her tears, her fears, whilst she sat by him, and he comforted himself with visions of an elusive future. Alas, poor Myron, poor Hardman! Not for them was the house of fulfillment of craving, not for them the cup with the roses around it. We cannot trace step by step the progress of the struggle. "A sign, she cried in her pain. "Oh, what shall I do?" It was at midnight when the sign was given her and the path pointed out. The clock in her room had just struck 12 when the electric bell at her bedside rang, summoning her downstairs. She rose hastily, and quickly dashing a little cold water in her face, assumed her cap and hurried out. She found the entire staff of nurses assembling. They were gathering about the medical officer in charge of the hospital. He held a telegram in his hand. When they had all come, he read it aloud. It was brief. An urgent appeal from a quarantine station asking for volunteer nurses for cholera patients. The doctor read it and waited. The little crowd of women before him murmured confusedly. Some faces reddened, some paled. The doctor read the telegram again and said quietly, "The need is urgent, but I advise no one. If, however, any of you will go, she must be ready in an hour. The express leaves then." He paused. There was no answer. His face paled a little. He had been very proud of his intrepid nurses, this doctor, and somehow, in this time of trial, they seemed about to be found wanting. "As soon as each one makes up her mind," he said, "she will return to her duties or acquaint me with her determination to go." The group before him parted as if by a single impulse, each seeking to escape unseen to her place. Only one came forward quietly and said steadily, "I will go, sir, if you will let me." The departing ones stayed their steps and listened. "It is Nurse Myron," they said to each other. "Yes," said the doctor, catching one of these remarks, "it is Nurse Myron, of whom you have made a pariah. Go back to your duties, please." His voice, usually so gentle, was stern and peremptory. They went. An hour later, Myron Holder left the hospital. As she came down from the dormitory, clad in the blue serge gown with its cape and close-fitting hat, she went into the charity ward. Quietly she stole along its length until she came to the bed in the corner. A shaft of moonlight fell upon the pillow. It made visible all the strength and beauty of Hardman's brow, and showed all the sweetness of his mouth, all the kindly expression of his face. His brow was placid, his lips smiled. To the woman's eyes there was nothing weak, nothing cowardly in the man before her. He was her saint among men. "He will know in the morning," she said. The doctor beckoned from the door. She murmured again, "He will know in the morning," and so bade him an eternal farewell. Next morning Philip Hardman learned from the doctor of Myron's act. "The nurses say you are a minister, and that she loved you," said the doctor. "If praying is your trade, pray for her, man. She has need of it." Then he passed on. He was a little bitter and stern, the good doctor, that morning. There comes a time to some of us when happy dreams have just gone by and left us without remedy within the unpitying hands of life. Those of us who have lived through such an hour can understand what had come to Philip Hardman. He saw now clearly what he ought to have done, but it was too late. He tried to comfort himself with the hope that she would come back, and then, he told himself, no power in earth or heaven should come between them. How vain this hope was, the event proved. But it was well he had it at the moment, else his self-reproach would have been too poignant. As it was, his fever returned, and it was many days before he heard his last tidings of Myron Holder. He was told, and lived. That is all we need say or care to hear of Philip Hardman. Perplexed in faith, but pure in deeds, at last he beat his music out. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Untempered Wind by Joanna Wood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pirie. Death comes to set thee free. O meet him cheerily as thy true friend. Then all thy cares shall cease, and in eternal peace thy penance end. Even the weariest river winds somewhere safe to the sea. The arrival of the new nurse had been announced to the doctor in charge of the quarantine station. He waited for her coming in his office. She entered the room, paused for a moment on the threshold, and then came forward. The light to which his back was turned fell full upon her face, a face devoid of bitterness as it was of joy. Her form, clad in the regulation nurse's garb of blue, showed in strong relief against the unpainted pine walls of the great doctor's office. A somewhat broad, low figure, not slight nor lissom, but most eloquently womanly. Her lips parted in a question, which he did not hear. Time had gone back with him. He stood upon a jutting ledge of rock, from which the ridge hung out into the blue. He was alone and waiting with every faculty of his will strained to the utmost. Looking through a parting in the leaves between the tree trunks, he watched for a girl's figure. Far away there was a glimmer of water. Somewhere a village band was practicing, but distance deadened all sound from it, save the throb of the heavy drum, which pulsed through the air and seemed to add motion to the heavy odorous vapor of the summer night, and send it eddying up in perfumed waves about the craggy platform. Then he saw one coming, flushed, and foot-gilt with all the blossom dust of wild vinolia, fleabane, and spent moon-daisies. And then he held once more a trembling maiden form within his clasp. Again from out the hollow of his arm there looked up at him 2 eyes of clearest, purest glance. Again he dwelt upon the smooth forehead with its faint upraised brows. Again he kissed the white throat bent outward like a singing bird's, as her head rested against him and her eyes met his. Again he saw those eyes grow dim and moist. Again he felt the encircled form tremble. Again he stilled the appealing lips with a kiss. Again he vowed eternal faith. Again he heard her say, "Will you be good enough to tell me my duties?" the new nurse was saying, in low, strained tones, in a voice without modulation and suggestive of reiteration. "What is your name?" he asked, with unstrung joints. "I am Myron Holder," she said, and looked at him. Her lips did not quiver, her cheeks did not flush, her eyes did not falter. All the majesty of a wronged womanhood shone upon her brow. Her glance spoke of a dignity far beyond the gift of man, above the world's honor, a dignity bought at a terrible price and sealed with a terrible seal of loneliness and separation. "Ah," he said, and leaned upon the table at his side, mentally acknowledging the strength of her presence. "I am Henry Willis," he said. "Did you know me?" "I recognized you when I came into the room," she answered in a monotonous tone. There was a pause. Her eyes rested upon him unwaveringly, and sent from their depths intolerable meanings of contempt and righteous indignation and hopeless reproach. He came a step nearer. "Let me," he began. She stepped back, her nostrils dilated. "Would you be good enough to tell me my duties?" she said. "Tell me how you came here." "I am Nurse Myron," she said, and uttered no further word. He waited in a silence she did not break. "If you will come with me," he said at length. She signified her acquiescence and followed him. Days passed, long days and nights which seemed to outlast eternity in their dreary passage. Day by day the nurses and physicians did battle with the foul pestilential scourge they were striving to stifle. The great Dr. Willis, the eminent bacteriologist, peered and pried incessantly over his gelatin films, striving to win the secret of infection and its origin from the minute particles of matter he held prisoned there. But yet more earnestly did he strive to learn the secret of one strong, brave soul, but in vain. The quality Dr. Willis most admired, respected, and understood was will, but here it reigned in such transcendent strength that he stood appalled before it. From that moment of retrospect and recognition, he had awakened with a galling sense of his own inferiority. Never before had Henry Willis owned the domination of a living will. Now the wide earth held no sweetness, all his achievements no triumph for him, unless he could once more possess the woman who had so long ago been wholly his. They worked side by side. As the cases multiplied and 2 of the men nurses were stricken with the disease, Henry Willis perforce threw aside his experiments and flung himself into the fray. Day by day saw these 2 drawn closer and closer together by the exigencies of their peculiar and dreadful position. No more volunteers were forthcoming. The force in the quarantine station was weakening. The physician, albeit wiry and of an iron physique, was pale and thin. Myron Holder's strong frame and brave heart were giving way. Only her will sustained each. Her eyes shone neither steadily nor calmly now, but burned with desperate courage. Dr. Willis came to her one day with a newspaper containing reports of their work. The names of Dr. Henry Willis and Nurse Myron were coupled with honorable and enduring encomiums. She read it standing in the corridor before his office door. As she read and gathered the import of the words, a change overspread her face. Her eyes, of late so hot and dry, grew moist. Her lips trembled. From brow to chin the color flushed her face, bringing back to it all the charm of a crushed and subordinate womanhood. She read the article over and looked him full in the face. "My name is here, and yours," she said. Then, in a voice which had burst from its shackles at last, and rang out clear and high, "they should be read above the grave of a nameless child." She paused a moment, long enough for the man before her to gather the meaning of her words, long enough to allow memory to whelm her own heart and break it at last, and then she sank upon the floor, weeping and crying aloud for her dead child. When Henry Willis carried her to the office, the first paroxysmal symptoms of cholera had set in. All hope was over. Nurse Myron was dying. Every remedy despairing skill could suggest had been resorted to, but in vain. Transfusion of blood had brought not even an evanescent strength. The disease had culminated, and death was simply a question of minutes, an hour at most. Her face had become olive in tint and shone up with Murillo-like beauty of tint and form from the pillow. Beside her, in all the abandon of shattered hope, knelt Henry Willis. But to all his pleading, Myron Holder was deaf, until, by the inspiration of despair, he cried aloud, "For his sake, to give him a name." Then she consented. In the presence of the remnant of nurses left, blessed by the devoted minister who also lived among these dangers, Myron Holder and Henry Willis took each other for man and wife. They were alone. He held her hand, awed by the supernal brightness of her eyes. "You will write his name above his grave?" she said. "His real name, Henry Willis? Do you know what I called him? My, little My." "Live," he murmured, "live to let me atone, to be happy, to be adored. Live. You can, if you will." "Could I?" she said. "Life holds nothing for me. Death, him, or forgetfulness." Her eyes began to film. He bent over her distractedly, calling her tender names, pleading for a look, a sign. "Speak to me, forgive me," he cried. "Myron, Myron." "I forgive you," she said, looking at him once again with calm and steadfast eye of divine forgetfulness. She sank into a stupor, through which she murmured, "My, little my," tenderly, as to a sleeping child. Then, suddenly, her eyes opened. A flood of ineffable brightness illumined her face. She stretched forth her arms and uttered a name in a cry of joyous hope, and sank back. The world was over for her. There but remained the involuntary efforts of life against annihilation, efforts which, happily, were few and brief. 20 minutes after she became a wife, Myron Willis had passed. And surely, all folks said, none ever saw such joy on visage dead. They buried her, as the law required, with the rest of those who died of the pest. Upon her breast they found an ill-made little bag of checked blue and white cotton. Within it was a flossy skein of child's hair, tangled by many tears and kisses. They brought it to Dr. Willis, and he replaced it upon the dead breast, with whose secret sobs and sighs it had risen and fallen for so long. The newspapers gave a pathetic account of the romance in a quarantine station, and told how the famous Dr. Willis, meeting his girl love in the hospital, had married her on her deathbed. The tale cast quite a romantic lustre over the doctor's somewhat prosaic career of medical achievement. There was no word said, however, of their first meeting and parting, nor of a little grave that to this day is unmarked, save for a tiny tablet whereon is carven one syllable: My. End of chapter 24. End of The Untempered Wind by Joanna Wood.